violence drives you insane. Books devoured, torn from their graves. The Liberian calls the lost and the brave, calling all slashaholics tonight. Blood-soaked tales that'll steal your fright. Jason, Freddy lurking in your mind. The slasher Liberian's one of a kind. Tales creak with tales of death. You hold the pages, feel their breath. Slashers waiting with their grin. The Liberian whispers, let's begin! Chainsaws rev in the dead of night. Dream demons ready to take a fight. A cult of vampires wild and sharp. The slasher Liberian fuels the dark.
Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday, the fan novelization by Jeremy Terry, based on the screenplay by Adam Marcus and Jay Hewley. Prologue. Manhattan to Crystal Lake. They always ran from him, always tried to hide, and he always caught them. Sure, there had been a few over the years who eluded him or even managed to hurt him, but it would not be so for this girl. The girl with the fire for hair, this Rennie. He remembered her. She had escaped him once when she was much younger, long ago when the now dead old man had pushed her from the boat into the lake. He had chased her across the ocean, across the ripped and torn bodies of her friends, through this city of neon lights and down into this fetid, stinking darkness. He heard her gasping for breath ahead of him, heard her faltering footfalls echoing back to him from the sewer tunnel. She had grown tired after the chase, while he went on as inevitable as the setting sun. It was almost over for her. There was nobody else coming to rescue her. The boyfriend lay unconscious in the tunnel behind them, and the old man was stuck upside down in a barrel of slimy rainwater in an alley somewhere above. "That's right, Jason," his mother spoke in his head. "They all deserve to be punished for what they did to us. She's so close now, just around the next corner. Kill her for Mommy." Jason would do as he was told. After all, he was his mommy's special boy. He moved around the bend in the tunnel, arms raised to choke, squeeze, and tear. The fiery girl was there. She threw a bucket full of some steaming liquid into his face, and he felt long, dormant nerve endings sizzle into sluggish life as the toxic water burned his remaining eye and skin. He stumbled against the wall, stricken by more pain than he had felt in many shadowed years. He reached up as the girl sprinted by him back the way they had come. He gripped a hockey mask and wrenched it from his face, felt fresh air cooling his burning, decaying flesh. He turned and shambled after her, heard her voice as she roused her boyfriend. It would not matter. Jason would kill the both of them with his bare hands. He caught a glimpse of them as they rounded a bend ahead of them. "They can't escape, Jason," his mother hissed in his ear, her voice heavy with unholy glee. "They are within your grasp. Take them and show the boyfriend what his slut girl's insides look like." He clenched and unclenched his fingers, digits stronger than any man's in spite of their ragged condition, the exposed cords of sinew and bone. He charged beneath a naked light bulb that had begun to swing wildly on its thin cable. The ground trembled under his feet as if all hell was clawing its way through the concrete towards the world of lights above. He charged around the corner and saw them. They clung to the rusted iron rungs of a ladder embedded into the tunnel wall. Rennie was at the top, pushing frantically at a grate that opened onto the street. But the grate held fast. The boyfriend held on below her, his eyes wide with abject terror. It was an expression Jason knew better than his own reflection. The boy knew the score. There would be no flight through the city, no more dinners with family and friends, no future with his love. Their lives had dwindled down to the last flickers of a guttering flame. He knew that they would never leave the filthy chamber they were in. Jason reached out and gripped the boy's ankle. He felt the bones inside creak like brittle twigs. Jason prepared to pull him. The rumble beneath his feet had become a tumult. Jason paused as a strange, unfamiliar emotion filled him. Something was coming. He turned to look back down the tunnel and saw a solid wave of green water eclipsing each light as it sped towards him, pushing rancid wind before it. "Mommy," he thought, "I'm frightened." The water struck him then, wrenching his hand free of the boy's leg and carrying him away into liquid darkness. He felt his skin begin to burn as the water that wasn't water dissolved the last fibrous vestiges of his clothes. He felt his skin begin to melt and run like tallow, molding his broken body into even more grotesque shapes. He struck a wall, and then he was falling in a torrent of toxic waste into the open air. He caught a glimpse of the city lights, and then he was plunged into the murky depths of a river. Something bumped into his chest. He caught it and held it up. It was his hockey mask. The straps dissolved to nothingness. He jammed it into the melted, ravaged flesh of his face and held it until the soft tissue was fused around it, holding it in place. His feet sunk into the silt at the bottom, and he stood knee-deep in the muck, considering what he should do next. He could try to find the girl and her boyfriend, but who knew how long it would take, or if it was even possible in such a huge place as this. Or he could just go home. There was something almost nostalgic about the gentle flow of the cold water around him. It made him dream of familiar places. He turned away from the faint hint of light that drifted through the river towards the silent, salty depths of the deep, dark sea. He knew which way to go as surely as a migrating bird knows which way to fly. Something called to him, and Jason followed. The pleasant orange glow of flickering flames colored the night-darkened forest in shades of the setting sun. A pine knot exploded, sending sparks drifting across the clearing past the three men gathered around the fire. They clinked their bottles together and drank deeply, roaring with laughter. They were good friends, reveling in each other's company. "Okay," Josh LaRue said, turning the Crystal Lake Tigers baseball cap around backwards on his head. "It's my turn. Give it to me, brother." Sean Campbell leaned over to confer quietly with Alex Vanover before nodding. Sean cleared his throat, confident that he would stump his friend.
Alright, here goes. What is the name of the antagonist of the Phantasm movie franchise?
Said Sean. Josh snorted derisively. "That's too easy, man. He was called the Long Man."
Wrong-o.
Laughed Sean. "Yeah, man," Alex said. "He asked what the bad guy from the movie was called. He didn't ask you what my nickname was." Josh raised one eyebrow. "Who are you kidding? I know your wife. Your nickname should be the Small Man." Alex shrugged and took a sip of beer. "Hey, I've never heard her complain. Happy wife, happy life."
The correct answer is the Tall Man.
Sean said.
He is played by the great Angus Scrimm.
"Awesome movie," Alex said. "Surreal and trippy." Sean drained his bottle and tossed it into the plastic grocery bag beside him on the ground.
My turn. Hit me with your best shot, as Pat Benatar would say.
Okay, what is the name of the 1988 horror movie starring Bruce Campbell, in the role of a New York police officer who is menaced by another officer who has seemingly come back from the dead? Josh asked.
Easy. That would be Maniac Cop.
Sean said. Correct. Bonus points if you can name the killer and the actor who played him.
The killer was one Matt Cordell, and he was played by Robert Zidar.
Damn it, hissed Josh. You pulled into the lead. Sean mimed brushing dust off his shoulders.
That's what I do. You two don't stand a chance.
It's not over until the fat lady sings, Alex said, reaching into the cooler for a fresh beer. I'm up. Sean opened his mouth to speak and then paused as the sharp crack of a snapping branch rang out. The three men turned as one, looking in the direction of the lake, 100 yards distant. Silence spun out around them, and then was broken by another crack, this one much closer. Hello? Josh called, leaning forward to peer into the dark. Is someone there? Silence, pregnant with menace, spread out around the campfire. No mosquito buzzed, no whippoorwill sang its night song. The forest was dead, and yet Josh felt unfriendly eyes upon him. He opened his mouth to speak again, and felt the rush of wind as something flew by his head. There was a meaty thunk, a butcher shop sound. Josh turned to see Alex trembling on numb legs, his skull transfixed by the rusty tines of an old pitchfork. Gurgled Alex, fingers fumbling with the splintered shaft seemingly growing from his face. No. Josh took a step towards him, wanting to help, unsure how. Pain bloomed in his calf and Josh fell to the dirt, screaming in agony. He looked down and saw a small bone-handle hunting knife protruding from his lower leg. His foot hung at an odd angle, the tendon severed. There was a rustle to his right, and Josh looked up at an abomination. A hideously deformed man had emerged from the trees, naked save for the battered hockey mask that seemed fused into his ravaged flesh and bulbous head. Strips of rotten, tumorous skin hung from the misshapen form, and his bones were visible in places. The man could not be alive. The fact that he drew labored breath was an affront to nature. Josh met the gaze of the monster's one baleful eye and felt his bowels turn to water. Oh God, oh Jesus, that's Jason fucking Voorhees! Jason charged past Josh to meet Sean, a machete that he had pulled from the ground at the campsite clutched in his rotting hand. Sean raised a beer bottle over his head and brought it crashing down on Jason's head. Frothy suds flowed over the pitted yellow mask and down the melted chest. Sean thrust the jagged remains of the bottle out, meaning to cut the massive man's jugular. Jason caught Sean's arm and threw him to the ground beside Alex, who gave one final grunt and collapsed into the fire. Josh smelled cooking meat and gagged.
No, man!
Sean cried as he struggled against his murderer. Jason was impassive, unmoved by Sean's pleas. He gripped Sean's ankle and lifted him into the air upside down. Sean saw the gleam of moonlight on the machete poised to strike and screamed. Jason brought the blade down between Sean's splayed legs and buried it in his prostate. Blood flew in a crimson rain, splattered Josh's face with warm wetness. Jason wrenched the blade free and brought it down again and again, splintering Sean's pelvis and cutting into his abdomen. Steaming viscera spilled like writhing snakes from the horrid wound, and they fell like moist ropes over their owner's face. Whack, whack, whack. Sean wasn't screaming anymore. Jason brought the machete down one final time, and Josh watched as his friend's body fell in two separate pieces. No! Josh moaned. He turned and began to crawl away from the fire and death. Leaves crackled beneath him as he went, too loud and far too slow. He would never make it. I'm gonna die. It can't be true. There's still so many things I want to do. A pair of cold hands clamped down around Josh's throat, cutting off his breath. Stars exploded before his eyes, great black depths yawning in the space between them. That darkness coveted his life. It had come for him in the shape of this monster that was squeezing the life from his body. It meant to have him. He had seconds left, less. The grip tightened and Josh felt his windpipe collapse. It sounded like a pine knot exploding in their fire. Pain receded then as the stars engulfed the world's light. He went limp and knew no more. Jason let the man drop to the ground and surveyed the scene around him. Mother was pleased. He lifted Josh's body and stripped the blue work shirt from him. He walked to the others, took the unburned pants from the one that had fallen in the fire, and the boots from the separate halves of the third. He dressed quickly and then slipped the bloody machete in the waistband of his new pants. He glanced up as a cloud covered the skull-faced moon, a fitting witness to the night's work. "Mommy is so proud of you, Jason." Content, he strode off into the dark forest. Jason was home at last. Chapter 1. Cabin by the Lake. A gentle fog rolled along the gravel country road in slow roiling waves, setting the scene with an autumnal Halloween atmosphere. The doe crept from the trees like a ghost, her white tail twitching, her every nerve singing. The world around her held danger, especially in that place where the unnatural walked the floor of the living forest. She took tentative steps forward into the ditch and began to graze on the sweet grasses that grew on the side of the road. She was young and therefore she fed alone. Next year, if fate smiled upon her and kept her safe from the hunter's sight, she might feed with her yearling. A soft, familiar sound reached her ears and her muscles tensed. 2 lights appeared around the bend in the road, glowing like the burning eyes of a monstrous owl swooping down over the ground. The doe froze with sweet, half-chewed grass on her tongue. Fear bloomed, beckoned by the half-remembered vision of her mother being struck by a truck before her very eyes. Caution and prudence won the day. The doe bolted for the forest, leaving a small pile of steaming dung on top of a rotten wooden sign that lay forgotten on the roadside. The words Camp Forest Green written in faded letters on it. The car passed by, its driver unaware of the doe's flight. Her name was Elizabeth Marcus, and she had other things on her mind. Hers was a beautiful face, her auburn hair long beneath a blue and red baseball cap, her eyes the brilliant green of emeralds. She looked left and right, searching for her turn. She rounded a bend and slowed as she spotted a break in the trees to her right. A small hand-painted sign read Adams Place, with an arrow pointing down a deeply rutted dirt road. She turned on her blinker and turned, the canopy of trees immediately blotting out the sky overhead like sinister grasping fingers. The cabin came into view a minute later. It was 2 stories, made of cedar logs, its black windows unfriendly staring eyes. She turned off the ignition and sat for a moment, listening to the click of the coaling engine, hesitant to step from the Toyota's false sense of safety. She thought the place might be very nice in the warm light of day. Now it seemed full of sinister intent. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves and got out. Elizabeth grabbed a duffel bag from the car's trunk and strode up the rickety front steps to the door. She put the key in the lock, turned it, and forced the door open. It scraped along on loose hinges, deepening an already impressive gouge in the battered wooden floor. Musty air rushed out to greet her. She paused on the threshold, feeling a crushing sense of loneliness. This place felt lifeless, long abandoned. She reached around the door jamb and flipped the light switch. The single bulb hanging on a cable from the living room's vaulted ceiling flared into life and then died with a pop, leaving the space shrouded in oppressive darkness. "Shit," she muttered, slamming her bag to the porch. She walked around the corner of the house and down the side towards the backyard, picking her way carefully around overgrown rose bushes that would appear a riot of color in the day. A shape loomed in the night, a clapboard tool shed nestled against the tree line. She opened the door and stepped inside, nearly screaming as something thin and wispy brushed her forehead. A spider web? She hated fucking spiders. She reached out with a trembling hand and grasped the offending object. She yanked and light flooded the small shed. "It's the pull cord for the light, dipshit," she thought as she stepped inside and began to rummage around. "You thought it was a spider web? You're jumping at shadows." "Maybe I am," she whispered, "but anyone would be in my shoes." She picked up a box of light bulbs from a dusty shelf in one corner and then hefted a 10-foot ladder under her arm. The shed door slammed shut behind her. Panic and recrimination washed over her as she realized she was trapped in a small building with only one way in or out. It was a major tactical disadvantage, a mistake only a rookie should make. She was not that. Elizabeth charged forward and rammed her shoulder into the door, expecting resistance. There was none, and she nearly fell on her face as the door swung easily open and struck the shed wall. She glanced around quickly, searching for any sign of danger, and saw nothing. The wind blew briskly across her skin, chilling her. Could it really have been the wind that slammed the door? She wasn't sure. The one thing she was sure of was that standing there being indecisive was a great way to end up dead in Crystal Lake. She jogged back to the front of the cabin and set up the ladder inside. 20 seconds later, the living room was filled with warm yellow light. Satisfied, Elizabeth placed the collapsed ladder on the front porch and carried her duffel bag inside. She locked the door and then climbed the staircase to the second-floor landing, turning right to the largest bathroom. She flicked the light on and tossed the bag on the bed. A sound, something scraping on the side of the cabin. She paused in the act of unpacking. Was there a tree limb close enough to the cabin to scratch the logs? She couldn't remember. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room ran down her spine. A small part of her began to scream, wailing for her to run from the place before it was too late. Elizabeth gritted her teeth and pushed the crying thing back down into the depths of her soul, where its weakness could not hold her back. She had asked to be there. She had volunteered. This one night would make her career. All she had to do was keep her head both figuratively and physically attached to her body until the sun came up. Simple as can be, right, Liz? As easy as taking a moonlit stroll through a minefield wearing oversized snowshoes. A board creaked as the old cabin settled in the breeze. She placed a palm between her breast and felt her heart beating like a fluttering bird beneath her ribs. She tried to grin and failed. You can say one thing for sure, girl. You've never felt more alive than you feel right now. She grabbed a long white t-shirt and a fresh pair of underwear from the dresser and walked to the bathroom. It was small and dusty, with brown rust stains in the sink and antique clawfoot tub. She put her clothes on the closed toilet seat and leaned over to turn the shower on. Dark brown water burst out, splattering the wall and shower curtain. She turned back and took the baseball cap off, letting her long hair fall down her back like velvety flames. She undressed in front of the mirror mounted over the sink and studied her trim body. It was definitely the body of an athlete, and yet exquisitely feminine. Some people looked down on her for her looks, said that she would never amount to anything more than eye candy. They would never give her credit for any advancement she made, any promotion. In their minds, she earned everything she got on her back or under the supervisor's desk. The fact she could run circles around most men and beat them black and blue in a fight didn't matter to them. She would show them all. They would all see her in a different light after tonight. Another sound outside, and suddenly the cabin was plunged into darkness once again. A second passed, and then something crashed downstairs, shaking the house. The panic monster raised its head again, and it was much harder to ignore it this time. She reached behind her to turn the shower off, and then wrapped a towel around herself. She crept out onto the landing and looked over the railing to the ground floor. The front door was open, hanging from one hinge, the wood by the knob shattered. Dry, dead leaves tumbled across the threshold, borne on the wind. Elizabeth looked around for any sign of movement and saw nothing. She turned towards the stairs, walking as lightly as she could. Any sound she made might spell her doom. The cabin around her no longer felt lifeless, no longer felt abandoned. Something that meant her harm moved among the shadows, watched her with hate-filled eyes. She reached the top of the stairs and peered down, willing her eyes to penetrate the dark. Something huge moved behind her. Oh, God, no! Elizabeth spun on the spot, her arms raised to defend herself, and there he was. He was like a living tumor, every inch of exposed flesh corrupted by time and violence. She stared for a frozen moment at the ruined hockey mask that was melted into his very flesh, stared into his single baleful eye. Jason Voorhees swung his machete down at her with all his might, a stroke intended to cleave her in two. It was only her reflexes honed by years, by training, that prevented that. She jumped back, felt searing pain across her abdomen, and then she was falling through the balcony rail and crashing to the living room floor 12 feet below. She struck on her side and rolled to her feet. Breathing was agony. 2 of her ribs were broken. She quickly glanced down at her body, saw a thin line of blood oozing beneath her slashed towel. She would live, but only if she moved. She looked up and saw him coming for her down the stairs. "Eat me, you asshole!" she cried, spinning and sprinting out the shattered cabin door. Each step sent glass slivers slicing through her chest. The pain was unbelievable, unbearable. She heard his heavy tread on the cabin's porch as he followed behind. She reached the trees and pushed through low-hanging branches, feeling fresh pain as twigs dug furrows into her exposed upper chest and face. How far was she supposed to run? Her mind was a blank. The plan was a vapor. She only knew which way to run. She pushed ahead, felt her foot catch on a fallen limb, and fell. The breath was knocked from her, and black stars bloomed before her eyes. "You've got to be kidding," she thought as she struggled to her feet. "I'm running through the woods basically naked and I trip and fall? What kind of trashy horror movie did I fall into?" She ran on, her body a road map of hurts. She saw light ahead, where the foliage thinned. She was almost there. She charged forward into a clearing and stopped in the center, turning to face her pursuer. He wasn't there. Nothing moved in the night. Everything was silence. Had he given up? The softest whisper behind her. Elizabeth spun around and stared up at the monster that intended to kill her. He was a mountain eclipsing the stars. He raised the machete and then stopped as floodlights burst into life all around them. Jason looked about them, confused, and then turned back to finish Elizabeth. But he was too late. He caught a last fleeting glimpse of her disappearing beyond the lights, and then the air was full of buzzing, biting bullets. They tore into his chest, his limbs, his head. "We got him!" someone screamed as uniformed FBI agents emerged from the forest, their guns spitting molten death. How many rounds hit the monster? 50? 100? Surely he must fall. The fusillade faltered as Jason withstood the onslaught. Men looked at each other, bravado giving way to uneasy fear. This was not possible. Jason tightened his grip on his weapon and took a step forward, ready to mete out doom to each and every person who dared to intrude on his land. There was a thump, and then a mortar shell exploded at Jason's feet. He loosed a scream and came apart, his arms, legs, and head separating from his body. The pieces rained down in a shower of black blood as the agents cheered. FBI agent Elizabeth Marcus stepped from the trees, a jacket draped over her shoulders. Everything seemed to hurt, and yet she found her smile. It was finished. She was alive, and her co-workers and supervising agents were all clapping her on the back. Supervisory Special Agent Abernathy, the lead of the operation, wrapped her in a brief but fierce hug and whispered in her ear, "You gave me a hell of a scare there. That was a little too close for comfort. Great job, Marcus." "Thank you, sir," she said. Abernathy released her and waved a hand in the air. "All right, let's get this shit cleaned up." Agents began to move about their work, bagging and tagging, cataloging everything. Only one person saw Jason's black heart laying on the leaf-strewn ground, continuing to beat. Creighton Duke knelt under a low-hanging branch 50 feet from the clearing, invisible in the dark. He looked like a Wild West gunslinger, born 100 years too late, dressed in his cowboy boots, jeans, and a long duster coat. He scratched his beard thoughtfully as the heart beat one last time and then stilled. He smiled and shook his head as a young agent picked it up with trembling hands and placed it gingerly into an evidence bag. Look at them, Duke thought. They actually think Jason is dead. The image of an old book written in a long-forgotten antiquarian age floated into his mind, and Duke shook his head before turning away. He made his way through the forest to a dirt road where he'd parked his old Bronco and climbed behind the wheel. He needed to come up with a plan. He needed to be ready because the story was far from over. Chapter 2. You Are What You Eat. Medical examiner Philip Hunt pushed a gurney down an antiseptic white hallway, the color of his lab coat. He turned a corner, walking by a placard mounted on the wall, the words, Youngston Federal Morgue, emblazoned on it in block letters. He passed by two young women dressed in similar coats who turned to stare at the sealed black body bag on the cart. Is that him? One of them whispered. Yeah. Hunt drew near two uniformed FBI agents sitting at a table outside a double set of doors at the end of the hall and handed his ID card to one while the other pat-searched him. All clear, the second agent said. They logged Hunt's entry on their clipboard and motioned him on. The morgue was cold, its steel counters and surfaces gleaming in the low light. Hunt pushed the gurney over beside one of the autopsy tables and transferred the body bag to it. He uncovered the tools on the cart beside him and then toggled a switch on the side of a small microphone that dangled on a cable above the space. Here we go, he thought as he unzipped the bag and flinched at the scent of burnt gunpowder, rot, and coppery blood. He took a deep breath and began to speak into the mic, his deep voice resonant in the space. The subject's name is Jason Voorhees. This tape is strictly for internal distribution only. Anyone listening must have C4 level clearance or higher. If not, you're in a heap of trouble. He laughed, turning to the table and taking his first good look at the remains. Jesus, he said. You're a mess, my friend, and no mistake. We have a large male Caucasian with massive tissue loss due to extreme explosive trauma. Weight? I'd say 230, maybe 240. The subject has third-degree burns to over 65% of the anterior torso, first and second over the posterior torso. In addition to explosive trauma, the subject is a victim of multiple bullet wounds. At a glance, I'd say we are looking at well over 100 bullet wounds of varying caliber. It's going to be a joy to count. He turned from the table and pulled a soft drink from under a counter and popped the top, slurping loudly. He belched and then turned back to pick up Jason's masked head from the table. He stared into the glazed, lifeless eye, wondering if he should feel fear. This was the head of one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. He felt nothing. Hunt leaned closer to the mic and cleared his throat. It is my personal opinion that this guy is deader than shit. He put the head back down and picked up Jason's black heart. Please strike that last comment from the record. There is evidence upon examination of pulmonary edema. The heart appears to be twice the size of a normal heart and is malformed. I note fatty deposits on the left and right atria. It appears to be filled with a black viscous fluid. I don't know what it is, but it's not blood. He moved to drop the organ into a skull and froze. The heart seemed to grow heavier in his hands. Its cold flesh grew warm and then hot. He felt it flex as it began to beat. A chorus of voices spoke in his head, growing louder as his own voice grew small and then silent. An irrepressible need flooded his chest, and the last vestiges of his conscious will screamed in horror and revulsion at the knowledge of what he was about to do. "Join us," chanted the chorus in his head. "Join us." Hunt raised the heart to his lips and began to eat like a ravenous wolf, his jowls glistening with dark bile. He chewed, swallowed, and bit again, a savage, animalistic growl rumbling deep in his chest. Suddenly, orange globules of light shot from Jason's ragged torso and flew into Hans's body, filling him with a vile presence. He wanted to scream, to cry as the last of his control was stolen from him, but he was denied that. The lights grew dim, and the last thing he heard was the soft laughter of a small boy. Coroner's assistant, Eric Pope, strode up the passage towards the FBI checkpoint, whistling the latest Madonna tune. He lifted his hand that was not laden with his and Hans's Chinese takeout and pushed his Coke bottle glasses further up his nose. He smiled at the two gruff soldier types seated behind the table and gave them a companionable nod. They did not return it. "ID card, please," said the larger of the two men as the other moved to search Eric. "You just saw me come out of there like 5 minutes ago." "ID," said the smaller agent as he ran his hand up Eric's inner thigh and brushed the bottom of his testicles. Eric jumped, unable to suppress a small giggle at the awkward touch, and produced his identification. The agents notated him on their log and passed him along through the doors. Eric had to fight the urge to spin around and give the men the finger. "Those macho bastards get off on this shit," he thought as he walked to the morgue entrance and opened the door. "I bet he grabbed my sack on purpose." Haunt was bent over the autopsy table when Eric entered. Eric hardly spared him a glance on his way to set their food down on an empty metal table near the wall. If he had, he might have noticed the gore smeared across his co-worker's mouth and cheeks. "Can you believe the nerve of those two gorillas out there?" Eric asked, sitting down on a stool beside the table. "I'm half considering going back out there and demanding he buy me dinner after the groping he put me through." Haunt turned his back to Eric and started rummaging through the autopsy tools arranged on the table. Eric frowned. It wasn't like Haunt to sit in silence and not engage in the celebrated pastime of verbally bashing the roughnecks. He shrugged and rolled his stool closer to Jason's remains, an idea forming in his mind of how to get a rise out of his partner. "You know, Phil," he said, "this is actually an amazing opportunity. I mean, how many people get a chance to say whatever they want to Jason fucking Voorhees? Hey, you moldy fuck! How you doing, you fat ass? Blown up maggoty fuck!" Behind him, Phil picked up a bone saw, considered it, and put it back down. Eric shot Jason the finger. "Suck this! You know what I'd like to do to you? I'd like to take a crap right on your fucking mask. A big old mango-sized crap." A hand fell on the back of Eric's neck, and he looked up to see a double-pronged foot-long probe an inch from his face. He glanced past it into the menacing eyes of Phil and felt his heart skip a beat. Something was very wrong. Those were not Phil's eyes staring back at him. Those were the eyes of a stranger. Yes," he said. That's a probe." Haunt flexed his arm, amazingly strong, and lifted Eric from the stool with one hand. Eric scratched at his wrist, trying to free himself, but it was no use. Haunt's grip was iron. "What the hell are you doing?" he shouted. "Phil, stop!" Haunt slammed Eric down face first onto the foot of the table, pushing his face deep into the grid of the drain. Metal sliced deep into his flesh. Eric tried to scream again and was silenced by the probe as it thrust through the back of his skull, pushing his face even further into the grid. Haunt pulled the probe free and let Eric fall to the ground, his face peeling free from the drain like grated cheese. Haunt stared down at his handiwork for a moment, and then he walked out of the morgue. He paused as he caught his reflection in the stainless steel cooler's doors. Jason Voorhees stared back. Haunt turned from the doors and stalked up the hall, out past the FBI checkpoint. "Hey, Doc," said the smaller of the two agents from behind his table. "Sorry about the mess we left you. We really nailed that guy. Yeah, the bigger man laughed, punching his partner in the shoulder. Jason was nothing but a big pussy anyway. Hot stopped in his tracks, a growl erupting from his throat as he turned back to the two men. Interlude 1, from the Journal of Elias Voorhees, found among the papers of Pamela Voorhees, March 4th, 1945. I am in hell. I can hear my darling Pamela sobbing in the bedroom as I write this entry. 3 miscarriages in the span of 2 years, and now this travesty. The baby girl was stillborn. Pamela suffered a day and a half in labor, and her only reward was to hold the small corpse against her bosom. I have just returned from placing the wooden cross I fashioned for her last night. The marker bears only her date of birth, as Pamela could not bring herself to name the child. I fear for her sanity. I found her sitting in the nursery yesterday, talking to the wall as though someone were there responding to her statements. That gave me quite a fright, so I called for Dr. French to make a house call. He has come several times since to see to my wife's needs, once giving her a spoonful of laudanum, to ease her pain and help her to sleep for a time, perchance to escape the despair of the waking world. He has said that she must not get pregnant again, that the stress on her body would be enough to kill her. I have not had the heart to tell Pamela this. I fear I am to blame, though Pamela would never say it was so. I believe that the same condition that made me ineligible to serve our country in the war against Hitler is the cause of all our great sadness. Now I will be the cause of her salvation. I believe I have found a way. I have been in contact with the man from Boston who is broker in the sale of an exceptionally rare book. It is one of only 3 known copies of the work in existence, and the purchase of it has cost me almost everything I own. I am told that the first copy is held in the library of the Miskatonic University at Arkham, Massachusetts, and the second is part of the private collection of an Arab prince. I am not a rich man, and am told that the owner of the 3rd book is offering it at a price low enough for me because he greatly desires to be rid of the thing and wash his hands of all of it. The broker of the sale tells me that a terrible tragedy occurred involving the deaths of several of the current owner's family members. I hurt for the man, to be sure, but I rejoice that this misfortune may turn out to be our blessing. I leave this evening to meet the broker at the train station, where I will complete the deal and take possession of the tome. I can't help feeling that our fortunes are about to change. Chapter 3. Bad News. The muffled drone of a semi-truck passing by on the road in front of Joey B's diner reached Diana Kimball where she stood in the break room at the rear of the restaurant. The early morning sun shone down on her through the single small window, settling in her hair like liquid gold. She was in her mid-40s with the face and figure of someone 15 years her junior. She was a vision in her pink waitress uniform and white apron, in spite of the clouds forming on her furrowed brow. She crossed her arms and leaned forward, all her attention fixed on the small television set resting on an old wooden box in the corner. The screen faded to black as a staccato melody began to play, and then the image of a white hockey mask bloomed on the screen with the words American Case File superimposed over it in bright red letters, the color of arterial blood. The mask vanished and was replaced by the image of a handsome young man dressed in a blue suit and tie. His hair was brown, his face stern and serious, giving him the air of someone who took no flack from anyone. "Tonight on American Case File," he said, "Jason Voorhees, dead or deadly?" The scene shifted to show a graphic photograph of the two FBI agents who had the unfortunate luck to be assigned to guard the morgue where Jason's body was taken. Blood covered the walls above the two men who lay beside an overturned desk in a crumpled heap. Next came the picture of the boyish coroner's assistant, Eric Pope, and finally a picture of Coroner Philip Hunt. These dramatic photos were taken in the aftermath of the autopsy of Jason Voorhees, mere hours after his death at the hands of federal forces. The facts: 2 security men dead, a coroner's assistant dead, another coroner missing. Are these men victims of a serial killer only believed to be deceased? Many say yes. The screen changed again to show the handsome host standing alone in a television studio. He looked straight into the camera, seeming to stare into the very souls of his captivated audience. "Hi, I'm Robert Campbell. For over 20 years, the mere mention of the name Jason Voorhees has been enough to send a shudder of fear through the hearts of a nation. Born in 1946 to Elias and Pamela Voorhees, Jason was believed to have drowned at Camp Crystal Lake at the tender age of 11. Sadly, he did not. Since then, he has been responsible for 83 confirmed murders and speculated scores of others. Tonight, on a very special episode of American Case File, we will show footage of the exclusive interview with Mr. Creighton Duke, conducted just 1 week after Jason's alleged termination. Mr. Duke is the bounty hunter responsible for the capture of 6 of this country's most reviled serial killers. Let's go to the tape. The scene switched to a montage of footage showing a militaristic compound surrounded by a 10-foot-high chain-link fence, with concertina wire along the top. There were flashes of a firing range, a fully equipped gym, a martial arts dojo. Campbell continued his narration over the images. "For the first time ever, our cameras were allowed access to the private training facility of Creighton Duke. Duke invited us with the promise of a very unusual, very expensive proposition. I think you'll agree. In typical fashion, he gave us much more than we bargained for." The image on the TV changed again, this time showing Campbell and Duke sitting at a picnic table underneath the low-hanging branches of an old oak tree. Duke sat whittling the table surface with the tip of an ornate ceremonial dagger, its handle bone, the pommel a screaming skull. "I'm going to say 2 words to you," Campbell said, as he stared intently over his tinted fingers. "And I want you to tell me the first thing you think of." Duke set the dagger down, smiling pleasantly at the reporter. "Okay, shoot." "Jason Voorhees." Duke's smile grew more jovial. "Why, that makes me think of a little girl in a pink dress, sticking a hot dog through a donut." Campbell frowned, clearly confused by the statement. "I was actually referring to your claim that Jason isn't dead." "Tell me, Mr. Campbell, how many times has Jason been reported dead?" 8 times, Duke nodded. 8 times. They burned him, they dipped him in nuclear waste, but, Campbell interrupted, this time they bombed him. They literally blew his body into pieces. They could have danced a jig on his corpse and then fed it to the goats. It doesn't matter. You can't kill Jason by getting rid of his body. He'll come back just like he always does to drag the kiddies into the darkness and crush their little skulls. He may even come to crush your skull, Mr. Campbell." If the statement bothered Campbell, he didn't let it show. He smiled winningly and laughed. "Let's hope not." "Yeah, that would be a shame," Duke said, staring daggers at the reporter. It was obvious Duke didn't care much for the man. Campbell cleared his throat and continued. "In the media, you've frequently been described as salty." "Look," Duke interrupted again, "let's cut the bullshit and get to the point. You want me to catch and kill Jason Voorhees for you, and I'm willing to do it. But it won't be easy, and it won't be cheap. My price is $500,000 non-negotiable." Campbell blanched at the sum. "I understand what you are saying, but our audience should be aware that you only charged $50,000 to catch the Idaho skin stretcher." "Skin stretcher was human," Duke said. He paused to lean closer to Campbell across the table. "Let's get one thing straight, Mr. Campbell. This isn't your garden variety serial killer. There is only one way to end Jason Voorhees for all time, and I'm the only one who knows how to do it. If you want him dead, truly dead, then my fee is $500,000. You know where to find me." The screen went black, and then Campbell was back up on screen, standing in the television studio. That was Creighton Duke. In the week following my interview with Mr. Duke, there have been 5 more Jason-style murders, all not surprisingly on a direct path from the federal morgue in Youngstown, Ohio, to Crystal Lake. Tonight, in the interest of public safety, I am prepared to offer Creighton Duke his sum of $500,000, payable only after he provides American case file with incontrovertible proof of Jason's existence, and then puts an end to him for all time. We'll be back with more American Case File in a moment. Diana reached out with a trembling hand and switched the television off. It really wasn't over then. Of course it wasn't. She'd been a fool for daring to hope. A door slammed open behind her, and Diana turned to see Joey, her boss and owner of the diner. She was an intimidating presence, standing over 6 feet tall, with orange hair so vibrant it could only have come from a bottle. She put her hands on her hips and stared down at Diana like an old-school marm, about to mete out punishment to an unruly student. "'Scuse me, Lady Di," Joey barked, her sweaty face going an interesting shade of red. "I'm sorry to cut your TV time, but there's a couple customers who would like to eat sometime this fucking month." I really don't need this shit today, Diana thought, sighing. It was easier just to cave in and deal with Joey's attitude than to fight back. Besides, Joey really had a kind heart. It was just buried really, really deep down. "I'm sorry, Joey," Diana said, following her towards the front of the restaurant. They pushed through the storage room door, and Diana froze, once again shocked at the new decorations Joey had put up the week before. Hockey masks hung suspended from the ceiling by fishing line. They twirled lazily beside a large banner that read, "Jason is dead, 2-for-1 burger sale." "This is truly sick," she said. "Tell me about it," muttered Vicky, the diner's other waitress, as she passed by with plates of steaming food balanced precariously in her arms. She was a cute, vivacious young woman in her early 20s, and a childhood friend of Diana's daughter, Jessica. Diana noticed a few of the male customers following Vicky's progress across the dining area with interest. Vicky paid them no mind. "This is not sick," Joey said, propping herself on the counter beside Diana. "This is business. People are going to come see Jason's hometown, and they're going to come with appetites." Just then, a diminutive gray-haired man stuck his head out of the kitchen service window and called to Diana. His name was Shelby, and he was Joey's husband. There had been more than a few jokes made at the couple's expense over the years, some light-hearted and some exceptionally cruel. One person went so far as to insinuate that Shelby was in fact a homosexual, and that Joey was his beard wife. Remembering back on that incident, Diana thought that was the only time she'd ever seen one of the jabs strike home. The look that Joey and Shelby had exchanged had sent a sharp sliver of pain through Diana's heart. They had looked so vulnerable. Diana grabbed the food from the window, throwing Ward, Joey, and Shelby's only child a wave. He was the spitting image of his mother, though he had Shelby's eyes. However odd or different they were as a couple, all Diana needed to see was their son smiling in the kitchen, and there was living proof of their love. "Ma," Ward said, as he stuck his head through the window, showing everyone a raw hamburger patty cut in the shape of a hockey mask. "Do you really want me to cut these like this? They look stupid." Joey pushed off from the counter and walked into the kitchen, grabbing a patty of meat from the preparation area. "Well, that's your dumbass fault. They're supposed to look like hockey masks. Now watch." They all stood enthralled as Joey scoped eyes and little breathing holes from the patty, and then held the ball of meat she had removed up for them to see. "You see? This'll make a whole new patty, hence the 2-for-1 special." "God, I love this woman," Shelby shouted, wrapping his arms around Joey's waist and smiling up at her. "Give me some sugar." Joey bent over and the two kissed passionately, while Diana chuckled and Ward minded vomiting into a salad bowl. They separated and Shelby placed a few more orders into the window. "These are for table 3, Di." Diana picked the plates up and walked around to the front of the counter, where a familiar figure was sitting beside a young uniformed deputy sheriff. The young man is handsome, in his red shirt and wire-rimmed glasses. The expression is different now, much changed from 6 months ago. His name is Stephen Freeman, and he's had what you could call a life-changing incident. Diana set his plate down on the counter in front of him, thinking that it was sad that he had to lose the love of his life before he could grow up. "Hey, Diana," Stephen said, gently putting a hand on her arm to hold her attention. "Have you heard from Jessica recently?" There was such pain behind those eyes. Diana turned away before she gave in and revealed more information than her daughter would want her to. "Yeah, I have," she said, walking away. Stephen watched her go and then turned back to morosely play with his food. "Hey, buck up," said Randy, his friend, as he slid back from the counter and patted Stephen on the shoulder. "That was progress, brother. At least she gave you something." "Yeah, I'll try." Randy walked over to table 3 and joined Deputy Josh and Sheriff Landis as Diana began to hand out plates. "Josh, here's your burger with the side of fries. Randy, here's your double burger with the side of onion rings." "Thank you, Di," said Josh, scratching his bushy mustache with one finger before digging in. "You're welcome," Diana said, turning to Landis and handing him his meal with a wink. "One meatloaf with a side of me." "Damn," Josh said with raised eyebrows. "Where was that listed on the menu? I would have ordered a couple." "Hey, watch it now," Landis said. "You keep moving in on my woman, and I might have to take you out back and shoot you." Josh snorted into his glass of sweet tea. "Yeah, I've seen you shoot." "You two are great together," Randy said. "I think you two should go ahead and get married." Silence fell at the table, and Randy shuddered, certain by the look in everyone's eyes that he had made a mistake. Landis finished chewing his food and swallowed. He glanced up to judge Diana's demeanor, and then turned his full attention on the young deputy. "I'm sorry, son. I'm going a bit deaf in my old age. What did you just say?" Randy blanched. I said I think I'll eat my meal over by Stephen and shut the hell up." "That's exactly what I thought you said," Landis said. He waited until Randy had walked over to join Stephen before he looked back to Diana. She was pretty as a field of flowers in early spring, though she looked a little run down. He reached out and squeezed her hand, hoping for a smile. "Everything going okay?" "It's going," she answered non-committally. "Are your legs giving you trouble?" "They aren't so bad today. Thanks for asking, doll." Landis grinned, turning to catch Stephen watching them from his seat at the counter. The young man grimaced and turned away. "Is Stephen still bugging you?" he asked, fist clenched beneath the table. Diana sighed. "Do you have to ask?" Josh rolled his eyes, stuffing the last of his French fries into his mouth. Jesus H. Christ, he's relentless. Persistence isn't always a virtue, Landis said. I wish you would let me talk to him, Diana. All I need is 3 minutes alone with him. He won't ever bother you or Jessica again. Ed, just leave him be. Stephen doesn't mean any harm. He's hurting. I can handle him. Okay, Landis said, throwing his hands up in surrender. So how is Jessica? Have you talked to her lately? She's great, Diana replied. That kid takes everything in stride. I wonder where she gets that from. Diana patted him on the hand and stepped back. I've got to get back to work. Sure, love, Landis said. I'll call you later. He watched her go and then turned back to Josh. Josh wiped his chin with a napkin, smiling at his boss. Don't say it, Landis warned. Josh hummed the opening bars of the wedding march and then laughed. I tell you what, Landis said, scowling at him. I'll make you a deal. I'll marry Diana when you stop banging Edna and decide to focus on your own wife. Josh dropped his crumpled napkin on his plate and sighed. Oh well, poor lonely Diana. Across the diner, the subject of their conversation stepped up to a man sitting in a booth by himself, an open newspaper blocking her view of his face. She took one look at the headline and felt her gorge rise. Of course it was about the murders. What else would it be about? What can I get you? She asked, trying to put her fears out of her mind. I'll take a Voorhees burger with a side of Jason fingers, the man replied, lowering the newspapers to smile up at her. Diana took a step back, shocked. She recognized the patron, had just seen him on the television minutes before. He extended his hand. Creighton Duke. I know who you are, Diana said, shaking his hand. Did you know that I grew up in a little town not far from here? I spent quite a few afternoons on the lake when I was a snot-nosed little kid. Diana pulled her hand away. No, I didn't know that. Duke smiled. There aren't too many folks that do. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. I can guess. I saw your interview on TV this morning. Duke nodded. I can't say I'm a big fan of that pompous pencil-neck reporter, but he's paying the bills. Listen, I need to talk to you. It's important. I'm a little busy right now. Something flashed in Duke's eyes, and Diana felt a chill run down her spine. There was hard steel running under the man's gentle smile, shark's teeth waiting to bite and tear. I'm going to kill Jason Voorhees, and I need your help to do it. Dread bloomed in her chest, made it hard to draw breath. Jason is dead, Mr. Duke. Everyone knows that. Duke gave her a sympathetic grin, shaking his head. You know he's not. He's still out there, and he's coming for you, Diana. No, she said, her voice far too loud, drawing the attention of several patrons around them. That's crazy talk. Your food will be out shortly. She turned to go, but halted when he spoke again. I will give you $10,000. No, $20,000. Look, $30,000, Duke said. More. Just name your price. Everyone has one. What's yours? Look, I don't want your money. Duke paused, considering, his smile gone. Fine then. Maybe I should offer it to your daughter. Anger flared on Diana's face, and she leaned on the edge of the table, eye to eye with Duke. What do you want from me? Duke stared back at her, unperturbed. You know what I want. You know why I need you. Diana straightened up, crossing her arms protectively over her chest. You need to leave. I know everything about you. Diana spun to go. That's it. We're done. No, we're not, Duke said, raising his voice for the first time. I know who you really are. Diana froze, her stomach tied in knots. It was impossible. How could this stranger know? Sheriff Landis had seen enough. He pushed past Diana with Josh and Randy on his heels, and the 3 uniformed officers loomed over Duke. The bounty hunter sized each one up and then smirked, unimpressed. "What's the problem here?" Landis said, husband hand resting menacingly on the butt of his holster revolver. Diana put a hand on his shirt sleeve. "Nothing is wrong. Let's just leave it be." "I was making your girlfriend an offer and she's thinking it over. Right, love?" Landis bustled at Duke's familiarity. Landis bristled at Duke. "Maybe you should be moving on." Duke raised one eyebrow. "Maybe you should mind your own business." Landis saw red, a vein pulsing at his temple. "Get up!" "Why don't you blow me, Chief?" Duke asked, in the tone of someone asking how their neighbor's children are doing in school. "After your girlfriend gets through first, of course." "You son of a bitch!" Landis shouted. He raised his fist and took a swing at Duke. The bounty hunter moved like lightning, catching the sheriff's punch and stopping it cold, just as quickly. Landis had his revolver out and he was pressing the muzzle into Duke's jaw. Duke just smiled up at the sheriff as if he was having the time of his life. Landis dug the gun barrel in further, trying to hurt. "That's my lady you're talking about." "Well, Chief," Duke said, "she's only your lady because she ain't had a taste of the Duke yet." "God damn it!" Landis forced Duke to his feet, and Josh grabbed the man's other arm. "Careful, Chief," Duke said. "I don't think you know who I am." "I know who you are," growled Landis. "The last thing we need around here is some freak show bounty hunter making trouble. I want you out of town, and I want you out of town now." "That's very colorful, Chief." Landis turned to Randy, motioning for the young deputy to take Duke's arm from him. "Take him to my car. I'll be out in a minute." "Come on," Randy said. He tried to lead Duke, but Duke wasn't finished yet. The bounty hunter held his ground with ease and looked to Diana. "He's coming for you, Diana. He's coming for you and your daughter. Lock your doors." With this final pronouncement made, he allowed himself to be escorted from the diner. Diana watched him go with the sense of doom, spiraling ever closer to her and her family. Duke's last words to her echoed through her mind. She thought she would hear them tonight in her dreams. "Are you all right?" Landis asked. "I'm sorry that he upset you." Diana spun on him, surprising him into taking a step back. Her eyes were alight with fresh anger. "I don't need you to fight my battles for me," she hissed. "I don't, nor do I want part-time protection." Landis studied her for a moment, and she saw hurt in his eyes, hurt that she had caused with her sharp tongue. Still the words were said, and she meant them. Landis nodded once and walked out the door into the mid-morning sunshine. "He seems to think Jason is coming for you," Stephen said from his seat at the counter behind her. She looked at him and he smiled, trying to lighten the mood. She did not smile back. "Stephen," she said, stepping closer towards him and speaking in hushed tones. "I need to talk to you. There's something you don't know about Jessica. Something you should know. She was going to tell you herself, but there may not be enough time. If you still care about her, if you want to make things better between you two, we should talk." Stephen sat up straight, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Okay, let's talk." Diana glanced around as a fresh group of customers entered the Joey B's and shook her head. "Not here. Come by my house tonight at 11. Don't be late." "I won't be," he said to her back as she turned and walked briskly away. He stared after her, his head spinning with a new sense of purpose and hope. Maybe things really did turn out all right sometimes. Tonight was going to be a good night. Chapter 4. The Traveler. Rashad walked along the side of the cracked country road, humming a melody that kept perfect time with the rhythm of his tread. The song was coming along well, inspired by his jaunt across the open fields and through idyllic small towns. He was working on a smooth instrumental section that flowed smooth as silk, like the babbling brook he had slept beside 2 nights before. The lyrics were already set, and he thought that tonight would be the night it all came together. He squeezed the guitar's case handle, clutched in his left hand, and smiled. He couldn't wait to settle in as the sun fell below the horizon and let his fingers bring the song to life for the first time. He turned down an overgrown dirt road, seeing it as it once was, like a ghost from his past. He had been a teenager the last time he traveled that lane. That had been the happiest summer of his life. He had met what he thought was the girl of his dreams and had spent 2 weeks falling head over heels in love with her. Puppy love, his parents had called it, and maybe it was, but memory sweetened things, and he thought he would always carry a torch for little Mindy Waters. He met her while he was riding his bicycle around the edge of Crystal Lake. He and his parents were camping not too far from her home, and the first glimpse of her had quite literally taken his breath away. He let his bike glide to a standstill, staring at the brown-headed, green-eyed girl with skinny legs, and the last vestiges of a sunburn still coloring her cheeks. He'd never seen anything so beautiful. Later that night, after both their parents had drifted off to sleep, they had snuck out and met each other on the dock near her home. His hormone-flooded system had, of course, invented several lurid scenarios by the time of their scheduled rendezvous. What she had shown him that first night turned out to be very different. She had led him along the shore to a pair of large 2-story houses that sat side by side up a slope where the forest really began. Lights burned in the one on the left. It looked like a log cabin, all warm wood and exposed timbers. The house on the right was dark, abandoned. He thought that it had once been painted blue, but winter storms and years of vacancy had allowed the place to fall into disrepair. More, the front door was missing, and the big circular window on the second floor had been shattered. Dagger-like shards of glass clung to the frame, twinkling like diamonds in the light of the full moon. "What happened here, Mindy?" Rashad asked. "It happened a couple years ago," she said. "A family had just moved into the log cabin. Their last name was Jarvis, and they moved here from the big city after the mom and dad separated. There was the mom and her 2 children, her teenage daughter Trish and 12-year-old son Tommy. One weekend, a group of teens showed up at the neighboring house, shouting and laughing. Trish and Tommy were excited. This was their chance to let their hair down and meet some new people. Unfortunately, the Jarvis family weren't the only ones who noticed the new arrivals. Have you ever heard of Jason Voorhees?" The Crystal Lake slasher?" Mindy had nodded. "The teenagers threw a party the second night they were here and invited a pair of twin girls from up the lake. Jason killed every single one of them, as well as a man who came to the lake to hunt Jason after Jason killed his little sister and Mrs. Jarvis. Trish and Tommy were the last, but Jason got much more than he bargained for when he tried to finish them off. Tommy tricked Jason and then attacked the killer with his own machete." "Wild," Rashad had said, glancing over to the blue house. "Did Tommy kill him?" "Everyone thought so," Mindy replied. "I heard they even buried Jason in a cemetery near here. But a couple years later, the murders started up again. They always start up again." It wasn't the best first date for sure, but Rashad was already completely smitten. The next 2 weeks had passed in a blur of first kisses and one passionate necking session in the crawlspace under Mindy's house, where Rashad had managed to get his hands beneath Mindy's shirt before she rolled away giggling. She was the girl he compared everyone that came after to. Not many had measured up. He rounded a bend in the path, wondering if she still lived in the area. What would she think if he showed up at her door? Would she even remember him? He didn't think he could handle it if he found out that that summer that was so special to him meant nothing to her. It was probably better to just live with the pleasant memories. 50 feet further brought the 2 houses into view. Rashad paused, taking the scene in. The blue paint was peeling from the side of the teenager's house, revealing the gray wood beneath. Someone had boarded up the windows in the intervening years, and there was a sign nailed to the front of the house that read, "No trespassing." Opposite it, the Jarvis house was much changed. Its once warm and inviting exterior was now pitted by the ravages of time, its windows shattered by local kids out to prove they were not afraid of haunted houses. If there are any haunted houses out there, Rashad thought, these two would be them. He briefly considered camping on the Jarvis home's front porch and then decided against it. Sleeping on the doorstep of a murder house seemed a surefire way to have bad dreams. He moved down the path, admiring the sun as it turned to diamonds on the placid blue lake surface to his right. He sighed, feeling at peace with himself and the world around him. He found a nice flat spot under the boughs of a willow tree 100 yards further along and quickly set about pitching a small one-man tent. Finished, he gathered some firewood and fallen pine needles for kindling. He was settled in beside the crackling fire 5 minutes later, watching the last vestiges of the sun fall below the horizon. The red light turned the surface of Crystal Lake to blood. Rashad set his battered guitar case on the ground beside him and opened the lid, admiring the acoustic guitar inside. It was a Taylor, his pride and joy. The instrument was the most expensive thing he owned, aside from his old motorcycle back home, but he knew that it was worth every penny when he ran his fingers along the fretboard. He picked the Taylor up and held its familiar weight, thinking that he spoke better through it than he ever did with words. He strummed a chord and frowned. Its tone wasn't as bright as it should be. It was time to change the strings. He rummaged through his guitar case and pulled out a package of new strings and a set of wire cutters. He wouldn't need a tuner because he had perfect pitch. A loon cried out somewhere across the lake as it took flight. Crickets began to sing amongst the reeds. Rashad paused as he removed the last of the old guitar strings, listening to the night song. He loved being out there. He tore open the plastic bag that held the low E string and then froze as a twig snapped right behind him. He turned, saw that the guitar case was no longer resting on the soft pack of earth near him, and came face to face with Philip Hunt. The coroner was filthy. His once pristine white lab coat now so stained by blood and dirt that it would never come clean again. Rashad met his menacing stare, saw the hard-shell guitar case poised over Hunt's head, and felt his blood run cold. Rashad didn't even have time to raise a hand. Hunt brought the case down on Rashad's head, cracking the bottom and sending stars cascading across his vision. He slumped to the ground, his body trembling in the throes of a trauma-induced seizure. The light dimmed as the world swam away from him. There was peace in the depths of that darkness. He longed for it, but it was not meant to be. Agony pierced through his stupor, and Rashad screamed himself back up to the light. He glanced down at himself and loosed the most primal shriek of his life. His murderer was kneeling over his prone form, clutching Rashad's wire cutters on his gory hand. The tip of the tool was embedded in the soft flesh of his stomach below his belly button. The man squeezed the handles and fresh pain erupted through Rashad as the cutter's teeth chewed inexorably through more and more of his raw, screaming flesh. Rashad thrust his hands out to clutch at the tool, to hold it tight where it could do no more harm. The man glared at him, and Rashad saw no remorse, no pity. They were soulless windows to the very pits of hell. They were not the eyes of a human being. The man flexed his fingers and pushed against Rashad's hands. He was powerful, unbelievably, impossibly so. The wire cutter slid forward through his stomach, chewing and chewing. Rashad loosed a gurgling moan as his entrails began to ooze through the growing wound. He looked back up into the killer's eyes, and for a moment he imagined he saw a different face hovering over him in the night. He saw an old-fashioned hockey mask and eyes the color of red-hot embers smoldering in his fire. Then the wire cutter's teeth bit through his sternum, and he saw no more. Hunt kept cutting in spite of his victim's death. He cut completely through Rashad's ribcage and then bent them outwards in a semblance of the fabled Viking blood eagle. Finished, he stepped back and cocked his head to one side and then the other, studying his work. Something inside of Hunt, something deeper than the soul of Jason, chuckled in appreciation at the sight. The rotten thing thought that Rashad looked very, very funny indeed. Hunt turned away and walked along the path, not sparing a glance at the two houses when he passed them. They did not matter. What mattered was what lay ahead of him. What mattered was what the voices in his head told him he must do. "Yes, Jason," said his mother. "You must hurry. You must find her. You must be made whole again." "Yes, Mommy," he thought. "I will do as you say. Then we can go home together once more." Chapter 5. Hitchhikers. Stephen drove down Cunningham Road, barely seeing the road, his mind full of his swirling thoughts. It was amazing the difference one day could make. Yesterday he was adrift and listless, lost without any hope that he would ever see Jessica again. Now he was driving to her mother's home to really talk for the first time since everything went wrong. The song on the radio changed, the blaring electric guitars flooding the car's interior with sound. Stephen used to like being surrounded by loud, raucous noise. He had thrived on the chaos of wild music and wilder parties. He and Jessica even began dating at one such event held in a fallow field near the Loomis family farm. He nodded his head to the music, remembering how the moonlight seemed to dance in her hair, and the sound of her laughter had rang out like silver bells at Christmas time. She turned his world upside down. It was a shame that he hadn't realized that until it was too late, and she was walking away from him to jump in a friend's car. She hadn't even looked back as the tires flung a cloud of dust into the air that settled in the tears falling down his cheeks. He knew what had happened now. Hindsight, as the saying went, was 20/20. Jessica grew tired of the parties. She was growing up while he was standing still. The final straw had come one afternoon when he'd been driving them along Cunningham Road. Jessica had been quiet all day, and she had seemed to be about to tell him something important when another car pulled up beside them, honking their horn. It was one of Stephen's friends from high school, and that wasn't the first time he'd pulled this stunt. Stephen had broken out in a wide grin. He was ready to race. "Stephen," Jessica said, putting a restraining hand on his arm. "Don't." He'd like to think that he paused at least a second to consider her, but he knew that wasn't true. Instead, he had loosed a cowboy yee-haw and stomped on the gas pedal. The race was neck and neck until they had come around a curve and come face to face with an oncoming semi-truck. Stephen didn't know if they were lucky or blessed by some great who-knows somewhere out there, but he did know that they both would have been killed had the roadside been wooded. It wasn't, and they had ended up 50 feet from the asphalt, their wheels buried to the lug nuts in soft earth. He had turned to Jessica, his heart in his throat, ready to laugh off their close call, but the look on her face had pulled him up short. She sat against the passenger door, both hands clutching her lower abdomen protectively, staring wide-eyed at Stephen, looking back on that day. The few feet that had lain between them now seemed like an impassable gulf. There had been no great confrontation, no screaming recriminations. She had simply shook her head, her eyes going cold. Jessica had run out of his life 2 days later. Stephen shook his head to clear it and focused on the road before him. That was the past, and he was a different person now. At least Randy had told him he was. Maybe he was after all. Diana was reaching out to him after months of radio silence. Stephen came around a bend in the road and slowed as he caught sight of 3 hitchhikers with their thumbs in the air. He came to a stop and waited as they jogged towards him and climbed inside. A pretty brunette and a young man climbed in the back seat, while a slender strawberry blonde took the front seat beside him. Stephen caught a hint of her perfume and felt his heart start to race. "Thank you so much," said the blonde, giving him a big smile. "We've been waiting for almost an hour now." "Sure thing," Stephen replied as he pulled back out onto the road. "Where are you headed?" "We're going out to Camp Crystal Lake," said the man as he put an arm around the brunette. Stephen nodded. "Oh yeah? Planning on smoking a little dope, having a little premarital sex, and getting slaughtered?" The blonde's smile faltered, and she glanced over her shoulder to her 2 friends in the back. Stephen burst out laughing. "Relax, guys, it's a joke, just a little Crystal Lake levity there. So, why are you going out there?" The brunette kissed her man on the cheek. "Well, now that Jason is dead, we were planning on smoking a little dope, having a little premarital sex, and not getting slaughtered." "Oh, to be young again," Stephen said. He felt something brush across his thigh and turned to see the blonde wiggling her nose like a rabbit. "God," Stephen thought, "she is so freaking cute." "No, get that out of your head right now, Haas. Think about Jessica. She's who you want, who you can't live your life without." "What are you talking about?" she asked, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "You are young. My name is Alexis, by the way. The 2 lovebirds are Deborah and Luke." "It's very nice to meet all of you," Stephen said. He turned down an overgrown dirt road and stopped in front of an old rusted chain that spanned the road. A rusted metal sign hung from it, notifying all who would pass by that the property beyond was condemned. "Here we are," he said. "The county tore down all the cabins a few years ago, but this is where the original camp used to be." "Sweet," Luke said, as he and Deborah clambered out of the vehicle and shouldered their packs. "Thanks a lot, man." "You're welcome," Stephen said, waving goodbye to the couple. "Have fun." "We will," Deborah said with a wink as she shut the car door. Stephen chuckled, turning back to see Alexis still staring at him in the passenger seat. She smiled and took his hand in hers. Her touch was amazingly warm and pleasant. "Come with us," she said. "We're thinking of going skinny dipping later." Stephen was momentarily speechless. Alexis noticed how flustered he was and giggled, waiting for his response. "Why now?" he thought, exasperated. "I've been lonely and hopeless for all this time, and she comes along now, on the day I get a chance to reconnect with Jessica? If there is a God somewhere out there, he must be cruel." He sighed. "I'd love to, I really would, but I have to meet someone later." Alexis's face fell. "Your girlfriend?" Stephen shrugged. It was too complicated to explain. "Go on," he said. "Have fun." She gave him one final smile before leaning over and kissing him gently on the cheek. Her lips sent electric shocks through his body, and he shivered. "You don't know what you're missing," she said. "Oh, I do," Stephen sighed, "but I have to go anyway." "Okay," Alexis said, getting out of the car. "Good night." Stephen watched her join the others, and then the 3 stepped over the chain and were swallowed up by the night. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, frustration playing his nerves like a tuning fork. She was almost perfect. Almost. The one thing missing was the one thing he knew he had to have. This woman wasn't Jessica. "Fuck!" he muttered as he shifted the car into drive and pulled away. Alexis ran ahead of Luke and Deborah towards the welcome warmth of the campfire, laughing despite the chilly night air that brought goosebumps to her naked flesh. Skinny dipping in the moonlight had been a blast, though it would have been much more fun if she had someone to hold on to while she floated in the placid lake. She began to towel off, wondering where the cute guy was and who he had had to meet. It had to be a girlfriend, right? He was so nice and he had the kindest eyes. Why was it that all the decent guys were already taken? She tossed the towel aside and shrugged into her flannel shirt. She heard a zipper behind her and turned to see Luke crawling into the tent. Deborah lingered near the fire, shifting from one foot to the other, roses blooming in her cheeks. "Do you mind if Luke and I use the tent for half an hour?" she asked. Another pang of loneliness ran through Alexis, and she had to fight to keep her face pleasant. "Sure," she said. "Why don't you guys keep it for the whole night? I'm going to sleep out here by the fire." Deborah frowned. "Are you sure, Alex? You don't have to do that." "I know I don't," Alexis said. "I want to. It's a beautiful night. I'm going to fall asleep under the stars." "Are you sure?" "Of course," Alexis said, throwing a playful kick at her friend. "Now go! Shoo!" Deborah went, giggling. Alexis snuggled down into her sleeping bag, watching as Deborah climbed into the tent. She heard muffled sighs as two shadows cast by the light of a lantern became one. She heard Deborah begin to moan and decided she might need to give the couple a little more space. She got to her feet and walked out of the fire's circle of light, picking her path with care between the trees. A twig snapped to her right and she froze, looking about her. She wasn't concerned. What was there to be afraid of now that Jason was dead? Maybe it was a deer feeding nearby. She would like to see a deer up close. She walked on, far enough away now that she couldn't hear Deborah's panting and Luke's inane and laughable pillow talk, but not so far into the dark that she couldn't see the fire. Another twig cracked near her, and she turned. The smile died on her face as a ghastly figure sprang from the forest. He was taller than her by half a foot, and barrel-chested, his eyes black pits sunken deep into their sockets. Large patches of his hair seemed to have either fallen out or been ripped out by force, and his skin glistened mutely in the dark as if covered in a viscous slime. Alexis opened her mouth to scream for help, but the man was faster. He lunged forward, plunging a long hunting knife into the side of her neck. There was very little pain. That was until the man yanked the blade towards him, bifurcating her windpipe and cutting a huge gash in her throat. Warm blood flew, cascading down her body and splashing on her killer's already soiled clothes. He never made a sound as he watched her pass into forever night. Deborah and Luke's tongues and limbs were entwined in a feverish embrace. He gripped her naked breast, enthralled by the soft weight of it. She moaned her breath into his mouth, and he gave it back. He considered himself fairly experienced with the opposite sex, but he had to admit there was something about Deborah that made him feel like an over-eager virgin every time he was alone with her. He simply could not get enough. She bit his lower lip and pulled away, panting. She looked up into his eyes. "Let's do it." "Oh, yeah," he said. "Are you ready for Luke the Wonder Llama?" She raised one eyebrow and smirked. "Really?" "What?" "Nothing." "Wonder Llama? Do you have a rubber?" Luke grimaced, his passion stymied. "Yeah, it's in my bag by the fire." Deborah sat up, crawling towards the tent entrance. "I'll go get it." That was not what Luke wanted to hear. He pulled her back down and kissed her lips. "No, forget about it. Stay here with me." She kissed him back once, and then she was unzipping the tent and clambering outside. "I have to pee anyway." "Oh, you are killing me," he said, falling back on his sleeping bag and grinning at her. "Hurry back, love." Deborah pulled up her panties in a hurry to get back to the tent and Luke's warm arms. She looked around, wondering where Alexis had gotten off to. It was a little odd for her to wander off without letting them know, but who was to say that she hadn't told them already while she and Luke were in the thick of it? They had been making quite a bit of noise, and the fun hadn't even really began yet. Oh well, she thought, as she walked back towards the fire. She's a big girl. She'll have to take care of herself for a while because my man is going to be taking care of me. She passed within a foot of Alexis's cooling body and didn't notice. "I found it," Deborah said as she entered the tent waving the condom in her small hands. "Yay," Luke said half-heartedly. He took it from her, twisting it in his hands. "I hate these things." "Oh, poor baby," she said, taking the condom from him and tossing it aside before climbing on top of him. He thrilled at the taste of her tongue, at the touch of her hand as she took him into her. She was velvet heat. She was a lightning storm setting him alight. She quickened her pace, sending him higher and higher, rising with him towards an explosion. They worked for it together, exquisitely attuned to each other's needs. This was what life was all about. What could be better? He reached out his hands to pull her hips. Close wasn't close enough. He shivered the words, "I love you," trembling on his lips. He opened his mouth to shout, and then screamed as a large metal fence post exploded from Deborah's stomach. She glanced down at it, unbelieving. Then the rod was jerked up with tremendous force. It passed through viscera and bone, exiting her body through her left shoulder. A frozen second passed, and then Deborah fell in two from the waist up, covering Luke in the tent in steaming entrails and hot gore. Luke tried to push free, and found that he was stuck, his member still trapped inside her spasming corpse. He shrieked, his mind shattering into a million pieces. He heard a ripping sound and looked past Deborah and saw two bloody hands widening the rip in the tent's wall. A wild man slumped inside to crouch over Luke, and Luke choked at the scent of decay emanating from him. He stepped forward and raised one foot over Luke's head. "No, no, no!" The foot came down with all the force of a hydraulic press, popping Luke's head like a ripe grape. Bone fragments, blood, and pulped brains squirted out of the shattered cranium, to add to the refuse now covering every inch of the ruined tent's interior. Jason stepped back out through the tear and strode off, his left leg dragging a little with each step. This man, this haunt body he occupied, was beginning to tire. He would need new materials soon if he was going to reach his final goal. Lucky for him, the world was full of replacements. Interlude number 2, from the Journal of Elias Voorhees, found among the papers of Pamela Voorhees, June 14th, 1946. The ritual worked. My son Jason Voorhees was born at the stroke of midnight on Friday the 13th of June in the year of our Lord 1946. He was quite a large child and is malformed, but he is alive nonetheless. Pamela worships him. I do not think she has spared me a single glance since the boy drew his first breath. It truly is love at first sight. I myself have reservations. He is singularly the oddest infant I have ever laid eyes on or even heard mention of. He did not cry upon his birth, even when Dr. French spanked him. He has not uttered a single sound. There is something about his eyes as well. Something knowing and far too intelligent. It is as if a greater and much older presence resides behind his eyes. I must confess that I feared that something like this might happen. I studied that vile book, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, the fabled book of the dead, from cover to cover. I felt the soft leather of the human skin in which it is bound against my palms. I stared into the rudimentary face that adorned the cover. Its features stretched into a rictus of agony. I have read the words written in human blood. The passage spoke of demonic entities who yearn to escape their prison and roam our world. I was so careful, I made sure of every syllable that I was to utter. But what if I made a mistake? What if I conjured more than a boon for my wife? What if my infant son now plays host to one of the things spoken of in the text, these deadites? The thought is too ghastly to fathom. It chills me to my very marrow. I will have to keep a close watch on little Jason as he grows. It is in the demon's nature to destroy everything around it. I will not let that happen, no matter how much Pamela loves him. I looked up as I finished writing that last line and locked eyes with the baby. He lay swaddled in his mother's arms, still and silent as the grave, and he was staring at me as if he could read my mind and understand what I had just wrote. The thing that I fear inhabits him is watchful. I must be ever cautious. Chapter 6. Josh. The lights inside Joey B's diner were out for the night, and an unaccustomed silence had fallen over the place. Diana walked through the building and stepped out into the cool fall air, 2 trash bags clutched in her hands. She paused on the threshold to look around the back lot. It was lit by one dim streetlight, and the shadows seemed deep as the ocean. Fear blossomed in her chest, and she welcomed it as an old friend. She was used to living with fear, had been taught how to from earliest childhood. Diana knew who her father was, though she had no memory of him. Elias Voorhees never divorced Pamela, and therefore he had never made an honest woman out of Diana's mother, Martha Kimball. She thought that might be the source of her dislike for the idea of marriage, but guessed that she still owed her father thanks. How much worse might life have been had she been born with the last name of Voorhees? Elias was long gone by the time Diana was born in the summer of 1961. Her mother had always said her good-for-nothing father had struck out for greener pastures, but Diana had a different idea, for her brother had already drowned at Camp Crystal Lake, and Pamela had already claimed the lives of her first 2 victims. No, Diana thought that Elias Voorhees was running for his life. She was 19 years old when Pamela finally went off the deep end, killed Steve Christie and his counselors, and then lost her head. It should have been over, but it wasn't. Unbelievably, Jason came home. The murders went on, destroying the small community's peace. With each new death, Diana would think, now everyone will find out my dirty little secret. They'll look at me with blame in their eyes and hurt on their tongues, never stopping to think that my parentage doesn't make me guilty of my family's crimes. So she hid her past away and deflected any questions that might lead down a path she was loath to tread. As far as she knew, there were only 3 people alive who knew who she was: her daughter, herself, and Creighton Duke. Now she was planning on letting another person in. Was it really a good idea to let Stephen know her family's story? She remembered the bounty hunter's dire warning from earlier that day, and something inside spoke up. She, Jessica, and the baby were in real danger, and they needed help. Love was a greater motivator than greed. Regardless of his accolades, Diana couldn't find it in herself to trust Creighton Duke, but she thought she could trust Stephen Freeman. Diana sighed and started across the parking lot towards the dumpster at the rear of the diner. Her footsteps echoed off the cinder-block facade of the building, doubling, making it sound like someone were coming up behind her. A shiver ran down her spine, and the urge to run came upon her. She pushed it back down, determined to not act like the frightened little girl she felt like. She reached the dumpster and pushed the lid up, holding her breath against the rancid stench of slowly rotting vegetables and meat that wafted out. Jason has his chance right now, she thought, as she tossed the bags in. This would be a hell of a way to go, head stuffed into a pile of Joey's leftovers. She closed the dumpster and turned right into a large shape that loomed over her out of the dark. "Jesus!" Diana shouted, her hands raised to fight off her attacker. She lowered them just as quickly when she realized who was standing there. Sorry, Di," Deputy Josh said, looking contrite. I was just going to my car. I didn't mean to frighten you." "It's all right. I'm just a little on edge tonight. The scene with the bounty hunter guy bothered me more than I thought it would." Josh put a hand on her shoulder, leading her back to the diner's rear entrance. "Don't fret over that asshole. He's cooling his jets in a cell down at the station house. I promise you he'll be run out of town on a rail by tomorrow night. He won't bother you again." I wish that was all it took to put me at ease, she thought. "Tell me, Josh, can you and Ed run my evil brother out of town? Nobody has been able to do it yet," she thought. She smiled and squeezed his hand as they reached the door. "Thanks. That makes me feel better. And listen," he said, winking at her, "don't you worry about Ed. He'll come around. He's too good a sheriff to let you give him the slip." Diana crossed her arms and leaned against the door frame. "I don't know, Josh. I graduated high school a long time ago. I'm too old for going steady." "So is he, and he knows it. Everything will work out. Trust me on that." "Okay," she said, giving him a hug. "Good night, Josh." "Good night, beautiful," he said. He watched her go inside the diner and then walked over to a tan car parked near the tree line at the back of the parking lot. A familiar figure stepped out to greet him. "Hey, darling," he said, as he wrapped his arms around his not-so-secret lover, Edna Walsh. She was an attractive woman, a few years younger than Josh, with brown hair and an hourglass figure. To Josh, she looked like a classic movie star from the 40s and 50s. He leaned in to kiss her, and she pulled away, blushing. "Not here, dummy. What if someone sees us?" Josh shrugged. "Who is going to see us here, Bigfoot?" "I don't know," she said, looking around at the quiet parking lot. "It doesn't hurt to be careful. I'm sorry I'm late, Muffin." "It's all right. Bill didn't go bowling at the regular time." Edna shook her head. "The league changed the damn time, but it's okay. We still have until 10:30. Come on, hop in." Edna didn't have to tell him twice. He walked to the passenger side door while she moved to the driver's side. She had her door open and was crouching down to slip inside when Philip Hunt burst from the forest. Josh and Edna didn't have time to blink before he was on top of them. He struck the driver's side door and slammed it on Edna's head with bone-crushing force. Josh saw her skull collapse under the tremendous blow, heard her cranium explode, saw blood and pulpy brain matter expel from her ears and nose. Edna collapsed in a heap, her killer already in motion again. Josh reached for his sidearm, pulled. The gun wouldn't come out. He had forgotten to push the thumb strap that secured the gun in its holster free. Hunt didn't give him another chance. He struck the deputy in the stomach with his shoulder, folding the man in half and knocking the breath from him. Josh fell backwards, struck his head on the asphalt, and knew no more. Josh drifted up from unconsciousness like a diver surfacing from the blackest depths and found he was unable to move. The scent of years of neglect filled his nostrils as well as the high stink of active decay. He opened his eyes and saw that he was strapped down to a metal table in an unfamiliar place. The walls were bare wood and lined with shelves, the roof overhead moldering plaster that sagged in places. Fear filled him, and he struggled against the bonds across his ankles, hips, and hands, chest, and head, but was no use. He was stuck fast. A shadow moved to his left, drew closer to hover above him. It was the man who killed Edna. He was utterly unknown to Josh and was obviously very ill. His dark skin was covered in pestilential sores that oozed a thick black liquid. The smell coming from the fluid was like the smell of a fish left on a riverbank in the height of summer. The man leaned close, his nose almost touching Josh's, and a single drop of the pus fell on Josh's cheek. Josh gagged, his eyes growing wide in horror. "Oh God! Oh Jesus, I'm gonna choke to death on my own vomit!" Josh struggled to fight his gorge back down as the man pulled a pearl-handled straight razor from his pocket and flipped it open in front of his eyes. Jason stared through the coroner's foggy eyes at the man he'd chosen, stared at the mustache growing there. He growled with deep-seated anger as old memories surfaced in his fevered mind. His father had had a mustache like the man's. Jason could see it in his mind, could see the white hairs mixed with the dark. He could remember watching it as his father berated him and his mother over and over again for small slights and mistakes. Jason hated his father, had in fact tried to kill him once at the urging of the voices in his head. He would not occupy a body that wore a mustache. Jason held the razor against the man's throat, letting him feel the cold certainty that he was about to die. Then he began to shave the man. He must be careful. He couldn't damage the host. He needed it to last. "You fuck!" Josh shouted as the man started to dry shave his neck and face with the razor. Careful as a practiced surgeon. He wanted to thrash, to fight, but the slightest movement might spell disaster. He stared up into the man's black eyes, wanting to fight, to kill the man. The man stared back as he placed the razor beneath Josh's nose and raked it down. The blade was keen, yet the stroke still hurt. 2 more swipes and the job was done. Josh felt cool air on his now clean-shaven upper lip for the first time since he was in high school. The man seemed satisfied. He put the straight razor on the edge of the table and then undid the strap holding Josh's right hand. "What the hell? What kind of kinky BDSM shit is this? Is he gonna shave me and then let me go?" But no, he immediately clamped a hand over Josh's wrist. The man might be sick, but he was still immensely strong, and more than a match for Josh when he was in such a position of disadvantage. The man reached up with his other hand to force Josh's mouth open, and then he was leaning down, his mouth open wide. "I was right! Kinky shit! Kinky!" Something moved inside the man's mouth. It was covered in black bile, and far too big to be the man's tongue. Their mouths met, and Josh felt something slithering into his and down his throat. He couldn't breathe. He was choking. His neck bulged grotesquely with the thing's passage. Then it was past his throat and burrowing deeper into his body. This was unbearable, an invasion of his very being. The man stumbled against the wall and began to scream as some great agony overcame him. It was too bad that Josh couldn't enjoy his pain, because his own was just beginning. He could feel the thing twining through his guts, and there were voices in his head. They cackled and howled obscenities, told him he was damned. Josh screamed, his voice in perfect harmony with the strangers, their voices filling the Voorhees house with sounds it had not known for many years. Then Josh was gone, and Jason looked out of fresh eyes. He reached across with his free hands and methodically undid each strap, freeing himself. He didn't spare a glance for the glistening pile of melting skin and bones that had once been Coroner Philip Haunt. The voices said it didn't matter, that it would melt away to nothing but dust before the night was spent. They said focus on what was important. Jason Wood. His sister was waiting for him. Chapter 7. Diana. The phone was ringing as Diana stepped inside of her home. She had a pretty good idea who it might be, and excitement gave haste to her sore feet. She jogged along the foyer and turned right into her living room. "I'm coming!" she shouted, and then had to laugh at herself. She picked up the receiver, wondering why people thought it was a good idea to yell at the phone, as if the person waiting on the other end might hear them. "Hello? Hi, Mom." The sound of Jessica's voice filled Diana's soul with joy, and she felt some of the worries of the last few days melt away. She smiled. "Hey, baby. I was hoping it was you when I heard the phone ringing. How are things?" "I'm fantastic. Guess what? I got a new boyfriend. You'll never guess who." Diana felt a twinge of sadness as Stephen's face flashed into her mind, but she pushed it away. "Oh, really? What's his name?" "I can't tell you yet," Jessica said, giggling like the giddy schoolgirl she was only a few years before. "I want it to be a surprise." "Is it someone I know?" "No," Jessica said, "but you will recognize him. We're going to come for a visit next weekend. He really wants to meet you." Diana's mood lifted even more at these words. It had been months since she had last seen her daughter and granddaughter. "That sounds great, baby. Hey, give me a second. I have to put the phone down." Diana laid the receiver on the lampstand beside the couch and crossed to the fireplace. She reached inside and turned the knob, igniting the gas burners hidden below fake wooden logs. The warmth coming from the fire sent pleasant shivers through her body. Diana walked back and picked up the phone. She didn't hear when someone opened the front door and came inside. "Sorry," she said as she placed the phone to her ear. "So how is the baby doing?" "She's perfect," Jessica replied. "I think she has your eyes. Have you heard from her father lately?" "Stephen? Yeah, he's coming over tonight. He still asks about you." This wasn't what Jessica wanted to hear. "Mom, I don't want to talk to him, and I don't want to see him when I'm home. But he can see the baby if he wants. Can you tell him?" "I'll tell him." "Thanks, Mom," Jessica said. "I love you." No better words than those ever touched the ear of a mother. She smiled, her heart bursting with the strength of her emotions. "I love you too, baby. Listen, before I let you go, there is something I need to—" Rough hand snatched the phone from her hands and slammed it down into its cradle. Diana whirled around, remembering now that it was too late, that she had forgotten to lock the front door in her rush to answer the phone. Josh stood a foot away. He was still dressed in his deputy uniform, though it was disheveled and stained with some dark fluid, and the shirt was unbuttoned. Something was very wrong. Josh would never disrespect his uniform like that, nor would the sheriff allow it. She looked up into his sunken, bruised eyes and felt her heart stop. A stranger stared out of Josh's face. "Josh," she stammered, "what are you doing here?" A feral growl issued from Josh's throat, and he took her head in both his hands, pulling her face towards his, as though he meant to kiss her. Part of the conversation from the diner that morning ran through her mind, and she shuddered. "One meatloaf with a side of me." Josh's response, "Where was that on the menu? I would have ordered a couple." Surely he was joking when he said that. She had known him for years. He would never do anything to hurt her. "Josh, stop!" she cried, her hands on his face, trying to force him back. She turned her head to the side and caught a glimpse of their reflection in the gilded mirror over the fireplace. The figure that held her on the other side of the mirror was not Josh. He was ghostly pale and hairless, his eyes the color of fresh spilt blood. "Oh, Jesus!" she gasped. "Oh, God!" "Jason, it's Jason. He came for me just like Duke said he would." He turned her face back towards his and opened his mouth wider. Diana saw something thick as a baby's arm squirming up from his gullet. It pushed out between his teeth like a tapeworm from hell, and she understood what he meant to do. The gun in the drawer behind me." Diana dropped one hand from his face to fumble for the lampstand's handle. Her strength was fading fast. She had mere seconds before he would force that thing into her mouth like some macabre demonic form of forced fellatio. She felt the handle, pulled the drawer, and withdrew the .357 Magnum. The worm thing touched her lips, and she began to cry. The sensation of its pressing against her lips was the most loathsome thing she had ever felt. She held the gun to Josh's temple and pulled the trigger. Black bile flew from the wound, and Josh staggered backward, falling to his knees and then his face. Diana wasn't dumb enough to think that one bullet would be enough. She had to run while she had the chance. She spun on her heels and headed for the patio doors on the back wall of the living room. Behind her, the phone began to ring. "That's Jessica," she thought as she reached the sliding glass doors. "She knows something's wrong." It was too bad that Jessica couldn't help her. Nobody could. She had to help herself. She grabbed the door handle and pulled. The door held fast. It was locked. She looked over her shoulder and froze. Josh was missing. She glanced around the room, searching for a sign of movement, any hint of a threat. The phone was still ringing. Maybe it wasn't Jessica after all. What if it were Ed? He could have someone here in minutes, and they could take her away before Josh showed back up. She started across the living room, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Josh leapt from behind the couch and knocked her to the ground, pinning her with his weight. He grabbed her head, twining his fingers painfully into her hair until she felt like she was trapped in a vice. She kicked her feet, trying to propel herself across the carpet, but it was no use. The fight was over. Even now, he was leaning down to give her that most final of kisses. She tried to clamp her teeth together against the invading monster, but Josh forced her jaws open with his fingers. "At least this can end with me," she thought. "He won't have a reason to go after Jessica and the baby if he gets what he wants from me." The worm came down. Down. Stephen knew that something was wrong the moment he pulled up in front of Diana's home. He jumped out of his car, saw the front door swinging open, heard Diana's choked cries coming from inside. He sprinted across the yard, adrenaline flooding his veins, and ran into the house. He reached the living room, saw fresh blood staining the carpet, and Josh straddling Diana. What the actual fuck? He charged around the couch and tackled Josh off of her. Trying to hold on to the crazed deputy was like trying to hold an oiled pig. Josh twisted in his arms, and suddenly Stephen found himself suspended a foot off the ground by his throat. He clawed at the hand holding him up, kicked Josh in the stomach. Josh didn't seem to feel it. The deputy flexed his arms and flung Stephen against the wall like he weighed nothing. Stephen struck hard enough to crack the drywall and fell to the floor in a jumbled heap. "Ow!" he thought as he slowly rose to his feet. "I feel like I just went 3 rounds with Mike fucking Tyson. What the hell? Josh has never been this strong." He climbed to his feet in time to see Josh standing by the doorway into the kitchen. Josh reached inside, pulled a long metal knife sharpener from the wooden block on the counter, and flung it at Stephen. There was a blur of movement, and then Diana was between them. The metal rod punctured her back between her shoulder blades, and she gasped in shock. "No," Stephen thought as he caught her slender frame in his arms. "It's not real. This can't be happening." Diana went limp and slid to the floor at Stephen's feet. This was wrong. It should have been him that was harmed, him that protected her. He took a step forward to put himself between her and Josh. Josh met him with clenching hands and terrible rage. Stephen ducked under the deputy's grasp and rolled away, coming up next to the fireplace. He reached out and took a poker from the rack beside the mantel. Josh was right behind him, hatred oozing from his very pores. Stephen shoved the poker out, ramming it through Jason's chest. Josh spun away, trying to pull the tool from his body. Stephen followed his progress and gasped when he caught sight of the pale monster in the mirror where Josh should have been. Josh stumbled across the room, tripped and fell headlong through the picture window and out into the night. Stephen waited for the briefest moment to see if the man would climb back inside to continue the fight. When he didn't, Stephen rushed to Diana's side and took her in his arms. She coughed, trying to speak, misting his face with warm droplets of her life's blood. She reached up and placed a shaky hand to his cheek, holding his gaze with a scary, desperate intensity. "You saw him in the mirror, didn't you? You know who he is." The mirror, the thing that wore Josh's face. It was impossible. Surely it was a stress-induced hallucination. He hesitated, unsure of everything he'd seen and heard in the last 5 minutes. I saw something," he breathed. The reflection wasn't Josh. What was that? "Jason Voorhees," Diana whispered. Her chest hitched, each inhalation taking a great effort. "He isn't dead. That's what I wanted to talk to you about tonight. He will go after Jessica now. You have to save Jessica. Save her and the what? Save your..." She trailed off, a pink bubble of gore forming at the corner of her mouth. She looked so fragile in his arms, all of her fierce strength gone forever. The woman was supposed to be his mother-in-law one day. She was family. He felt her loss as acutely as he felt Jessica's. Tears stung his eyes, fell shimmering in the firelight, like liquid amber to splash on her cheek. "Stephen," she said, her voice so quiet that he had to read her lips. "I'm scared." "There's nothing to be frightened of," he said. "I'm here. You aren't alone. You're gonna be all right." But she wasn't going to be all right ever again. Stephen knew it as surely as he knew the sun would rise in the east and set in the west. The light had gone from her eyes. A voice behind him, full of pain. How could a night that began with so much promise be filled with so much hurt? "Oh, God Almighty, no!" Stephen turned and saw Sheriff Ed Landis standing in the hallway door with his gun held limply at his side. The man was almost as pale as the visage Stephen saw on the other side of the mirror. I have to tell him what happened, Stephen thought. He gently laid Diana down on the blood-stained carpet and turned to the window. "It was Josh. He fell outside after..." Stephen froze, staring through the ruined window at the glass-strewn grass outside. Josh was gone without a trace. Landis knelt down beside Diana's still form and hugged her to his chest. "Oh, my dear God!" "I don't understand it," Stephen said. "He was dead. Josh had to be dead." Finally, Landis looked up from his lost lover and met Stephen's gaze. All the fires of hell seemed to blaze in the grieving man's eyes. Something dawned on Stephen then, and he glanced down at himself. Gore soaked the front of his shirt and jeans, covered him from fingertips to elbow. Something else dawned on him, and he felt a pang of icy fear race through him. "We're alone here," he thought. "I'm alone with a grieving man who is armed." "Easy does it, boss. You don't want to be shot while trying to escape here." Stephen held his empty hands out in front of him, palms out to leave no doubt that he was unarmed. "Wait, Sheriff, you can't think that I did this." Landis was silent for a moment, and then he drew a shiny pair of handcuffs from a leather pouch on his belt. Stephen sighed. That was all the answer he needed. "Let's go," Landis said. Chapter 8. Jessica Comes Home. Jessica Kimball pulled up in front of her childhood home and killed the car's engine. Behind her, baby Stephanie slept the untroubled sleep of the innocent, undisturbed by the fears and sorrow that plagued her young mother. Jessica leaned against the wheel and rubbed her bloodshot eyes. She had thought she might cry some more when she got here, but found that she had no more tears to shed for the time being. She looked at her daughter's reflection in the rearview mirror and frowned. Mother is the name of God on the lips of little children, she thought. Brandon Lee said that while filming The Crow. If that's true, then I just lost mine. How am I supposed to do this on my own when I still feel like a kid myself? Who am I supposed to call when I need advice? Her mind drifted to Stephen's parents, and she pushed that thought away. She had always liked Mr. and Mrs. Freeman, thought that they would have made great in-laws, but that ship sailed a long time ago. Stephanie needed a father who she could depend on, and Stephen had proven time and time again that he was not that. Maybe her new boyfriend's parents would step up. Robert certainly had. All she had wanted to do was to come apart when she'd heard the news about her mother from Sheriff Landis, but Robert held her together. He had been her rock, her saving grace, and she truly didn't know what she would have done without him the last 12 hours. Stephen, Sheriff Landis said that Stephen killed her mother. Jessica couldn't square that away with the person that lived in her memories. Sure, Stephen was reckless and immature. He was not dependable. These things might make him a bad father, but that didn't add up to him being capable of a brutal murder. But the sheriff said he caught Stephen dead to rights and had no doubts. But there was the image of Stephen's face smiling in her mind. He seemed so gentle. There was no malice in him. Jessica shook her head to clear the thoughts away and climbed from the vehicle. A cool fall breeze blew her hair, and she tucked it absent-mindedly behind one ear. Anyone seeing her standing there would have been struck by how much she resembled her mother. She opened the back and lifted Stephanie's car seat, shouldered the diaper bag, and walked across the leaf-strewn yard and into the house. The familiar ghost of her mother's favorite perfume still hung on the air in the foyer. Jessica moaned, finding she did have some tears left to shed after all. She stepped into the living room and saw Vicky on her knees busily scrubbing at a large red stain on the carpet. It could just be a wine stain, Jessica thought. That's all it is. Just tell yourself that's all that it is. It's wine. It's not your mom's blood soaked into the floor. Vicky felt she was being watched and turned to greet the visitor. She looked cute with her hair pulled back in loose ponytails and dressed in a faded pair of denim overalls. "Jessica," Vicky said as she got to her feet and crossed to her friend. "I'm so sorry. I wanted to have this cleaned up before you got here." "It's okay," Jessica said, wrapping her arms around Vicky, seeking comfort. She trailed off, overwhelmed by her loss and Vicky's simple act of unlooked-for kindness. Would it ever get easier, or would she keep getting blindsided by little things? A soft muffle from the hallway. Vicky disengaged from Jessica and turned to stare at the little baby girl in the car seat. "A girl?" she asked. "She's beautiful." Jessica nodded. "Her name is Stephanie." Named after the father, Vicky wondered, but did not say. She stared at Stephanie, and the baby stared back, her blue eyes bright. "She has Stephen's eyes," Vicky said. "Yeah, I know," Jessica responded. She ran a finger along her baby's cheek, her emotions a tempest trying to tear her apart. Stephen Freeman sat alone in an interrogation room, contemplating the irony of a person with his last name being in custody. The previous night was the longest of his life, and the day was shaping up to be just as bad. He rubbed his tired eyes and moaned. He was exhausted after having been awake all night, but he was sure he wouldn't be able to sleep any time soon. Why? Simple. He saw Diana's dead body, and the pale thing on the other side of the mirror every time he shut his eyes. The door opened and Randy walked in, his expression grim. The deputy had dark circles under his eyes. It had been a long night for him as well. "Well?" Stephen asked. Randy grimaced. "I'm sorry, brother. I have to put you in a cell." Stephen had been half expecting this, but the word still stung. "You've got to be joking." "I know," Randy said. He put a hand on Stephen's shoulder. "But you saw how the sheriff was last night. He's beside himself with anger and pain, and he needs someone to blame. Just be patient and let me talk to him." "Could you be patient in my shoes?" Randy didn't have an answer, so he helped Stephen to his feet and led him out the hallway. They turned left and rounded a corner, headed towards the bullpen and the stairs to the cell block beyond. "Hopefully," Randy said, "we won't have to hold you more than a day. I'm going to bust my ass to prove you're innocent, but you have to stay cool or Landis will really kill you. Okay, Stephen?" "Okay?" Stephen didn't hear him. He was too busy staring towards the front of the bullpen, where Jessica and Vicky stood talking. His heart did a weird somersault in his chest, and a half-remembered line from Shakespeare came to mind. "Did my heart love till now? For's where it sight, for I never saw true beauty till this night." Jessica turned then, and Stephen felt his center of gravity shift with her, as if she and the bundle she held in her arms were what now held him to the earth. An image flashed into his mind. Jessica sitting in the passenger seat of his vehicle after they had nearly wrecked. She held her hands over her belly as if she were protecting something. Or someone. "That's Jessica's baby. My baby! Why didn't anyone tell me?" A door opened behind her, and a familiar-looking man walked in and put his arm around Jessica. Stephen felt rage burn him. If it isn't Mr. American Case File himself, Robert Campbell. What the hell is he doing with Jessica? Campbell met his stare and pulled Jessica closer to him, grinning across the room at Stephen. Stephen started to walk towards them, but Randy pulled him away, forcing him down the stairs and along a hall to a set of dimly lit cells. Randy opened the cell, removed Stephen's handcuffs, and then slid the cell door closed. Stephen seethed, rubbing his chafed wrists and wishing he could claw his way through the roof to get at that usurping reporter. "Take a breath, Stephen," Randy said. "I'll be back later. You just be cool." Stephen took a deep breath and then sat on the edge of his bed to show just how cool he was. "I gotcha. I mean it. Don't do anything stupid." "What am I going to do?" Stephen asked, waving his hand around. "I'm locked in a frickin' cell." "I'm going to get you out of this," Randy said. "I swear it. Just hang tight." "Okay." "Okay," Randy said, as he turned and strode off down the hall. "That's your great hope?" muttered a voice from the cell adjacent to Stephen's. It was another familiar face. "I suppose so," Stephen said. Creighton Duke chuckled. "Boy, you are going to die of old age in this joint." Stephen lay back on his bed, afraid that Duke might just be right. Jessica, Campbell, and Vicky stood outside Sheriff Landis's office. Jessica handed Stephanie and her diaper bag to Vicky. "Everything you need is in the bag," Jessica said. "The white bottle is 12 o'clock, the green bottle is for 1 or 1:30. "And work our way up to hard liquor at dinner time," Vicky laughed. "Don't worry about Steph. You've got other things to be thinking about right now." Jessica ran a hand through her hair, sighing. "Yeah, you're right. What time would you like me to pick her up?" "Come by the diner around 8. "Okay, thank you so much," Jessica said. She turned and planted a kiss on her baby's head. "Bye, sweetheart." Stephanie gurgled in response. Jessica watched Vicky walk away with her world, and then she leaned into Campbell's warm embrace. "Are you ready for this?" Campbell asked. Jessica shrugged. "I guess so. The sheriff said he had some paperwork for me to look at and sign." Campbell frowned. "Is this really the right time for this? It seems a little insensitive to me." "He's not trying to be. Remember, he lost someone important to him, too." Campbell nodded and held the office door open for her. They found Landis sitting behind his desk, staring off into space. He looked up when they entered and gave them a weak smile. "Hey, Jessica." he said, stepping around his desk to give her a fierce hug. "How are you holding up?" "Shitty," she whispered, as fresh tears flowed down her cheeks to dampen his uniform shirt. "Me too," he said, his voice thick with his own muffled sobs. Jessica wondered, was this the first time the strong man had allowed himself to be weak? They stayed like that for a minute, and then Landis pulled away and got both of them tissues. "Ed," she said, blowing her nose, "I'd like you to meet my boyfriend, Robert Campbell." "Ed Landis." The men shook hands, Landis trying to take the measure of the younger man. "I've seen your show, Mr. Campbell. I like it about as much as I like anything else that's on TV." "Thank you, sir." "I don't mean to sound offensive, but I hope you aren't down here on business. I wouldn't take kindly to seeing Diana's face on one of your programs." Campbell put an arm around Jessica's waist. "No, sir. I'm just here for Jess." Landis opened his mouth to say something else, but stopped when the intercom on his desk buzzed into life. He reached across and depressed a button. "Yes?" Static filled the air, and then the voice of Deputy Dill came from the speakers. "Sheriff, we have a problem with Diana Kimball's body." "Shit!" he muttered as he snatched up the handset on the side of the intercom. "Diana's daughter's heard that. What's the problem?" The sheriff paused for 15 seconds and then growled. "Bring the bounty hunter to me. I want to talk with him right now." "What's wrong?" Jessica asked as he switched the intercom off. He smiled, trying to comfort. "It's nothing for you to worry about. The funeral home just has a few questions. Wait here for me. I'll be right back." He didn't wait for a response before storming from the office. Jessica was speechless as she watched him go. Landis was beside himself with anger, confusion, and a soul-deep ache he thought would never fade. He felt adrift in a stormy sea with no way to steer or right his ship. He put a hand to his pants pocket and grasped the small box inside, like a drowning man clutching for a life jacket. "Just another day or maybe two," he thought. "I would have given you this ring. We would have been really happy together. Now I'll never be happy again." He turned the corner towards a group of interrogation rooms and saw a restrained Creighton Duke standing nonchalantly in the open doorway of one. Young Deputy Dill stood nearby with balled-up fists resting on his hips in his best "don't F with me" pose. Landis thought the man looked like a kid pretending to be Superman. He would have laughed if he wasn't so close to crying. Duke glanced over at the deputy and smiled as if he didn't have a care in the world. "Where is she?" Landis demanded, walking up and poking the bounty hunter in the chest. "What did you do with Diana's body?" Duke frowned. "Why, Sheriff, whatever do you mean? I've been locked up in your fine accommodations downstairs since before your lady's untimely passing." Landis clenched his fist in impotent rage. He wanted to destroy something, and the smug, self-important prick before him would serve nicely. He raised his fist and then let it fall to his side. Hitting Duke wouldn't help him find Diana. It wouldn't even help him feel better. Duke raised one eyebrow as if to ask, "Was that it?" He seemed disappointed. "Tell me what's happening around here," Landis said. "There is something you aren't saying." Duke glanced away. "Sorry, but I can't say. Information like that is very expensive, and you don't have the balls to pay." "Try me." "Not a chance," Duke said. "You might as well lock me back up. Your piss-poor little jail is like a five-star hotel to me. Besides, you'll come running to old Duke soon enough, once the shit really hits the fan. We'll talk then, when you are ready to listen." "You son of a bitch!" Landis breathed. He turned to Dill. "Take him back to his cell." Deputy Dill grabbed Duke's bicep. "Come along, Mr. Duke. Your accommodations will wait." Duke planted his feet, refusing to move. He studied the sheriff for a second and came to a decision. He smiled again, amused with the world. "I will give you one piece of advice. You incompetent dickheads better find her body right away, because if it's where I think it is, everyone is in for a world of pain." "Fuck you," Landis said. Duke turned away, allowing himself to be led. "Toodaloo, Sheriff. I'll be seeing you." Landis watched them go, and then walked back towards his office, unsure of anything, full of an impending sense of doom. Interlude 3, from the Journal of Elias Voorhees, found among the papers of Pamela Voorhees, January 26, 1954. The boy and his mother were waiting for me in the front yard when I arrived home after spending all of yesterday afternoon and night with Martha Kimball. I could see it in Pamela's eyes that she knew what I had been up to. Maybe I should feel guilty. I did, after all, take vows before Almighty God and those in attendance at our little country wedding to honor and cherish her all the days of my life. But a man has needs that have been met less and less frequently since Jason was born. Pamela only has eyes for him. Imagine that. I quite literally went to the very edge of hell itself to speak with abominable beings for her. I risked my eternal soul in the hopes that I could make her happy. And what was my reward? Not a loving and devoted wife, but an indifferent woman who was too busy following her strange child around to spare a moment for her husband. And let's not forget the boy. Jason is the oddest child I have ever encountered. An outsider observing him for a day would come away with the assumption that he is simple-minded, but that is far from the truth. He watches. He sees everything, but keeps his own counsel. I know of only one time that he has ever spoken, and that was at school. The other kids were harassing him, which is the only kind of attention they give him. He has never had a friend in his life because the other kids are afraid of him. They are repelled by his strangeness. I was told by Jason's teacher that one kid pinned Jason to the ground and rubbed his face in the dirt. Jason did not cry, just stared at the child. It unnerved him, and he sat back and asked Jason if he could speak at all, or was he too dumb. Jason glared at him and whispered, "Yes, I can." I was told the quality of his voice was such to chill the very marrow. The children fled from him in sheer terror. And then there is the injuries. Jason's teacher told me that the sand scratched his face quite badly, but he showed no wounds by the time he reached home. That was not the first time something like that has happened. He seems impervious to physical injury, with even the most grievous of hurts barely registering with him. Something came to me as I climbed from my truck and met the thing's glare. Like his classmates, I am afraid of him. I think I've always been. Well, Pamela let into me something fierce, cursing me for a mongrel dog in the most colorful language imaginable. I bore under the onslaught as stoic as an Asian monk. That was until she pushed me. I cannot bear another person putting their hands on me in anger, no matter if they be a man or a member of the fairer sex. I responded in kind, slapping my wife across the face with my open hand. The sound echoed like a pistol shot across the yard, and then silence fell. Pamela looked up at me in utter shock. I had never struck her before. I looked from her tear-stained cheeks to Jason and felt my gorge begin to rise. The other thing was more there than ever before. The malevolent creature that hid deep in Jason's soul, the devil that had brought him unholy life, stared at me as though it would kill me where I stood. That stare unmanned me. I turned from it in mortal fear and walked into the woods, where I stayed until the sun was a memory to the night sky. I walked home and now sit writing this entry with my back in the corner, too afraid to turn my back on the door. It will be a long night. From Elias Voorhees' second journal, found among the papers of Martha Kimball, January 27th, 1954. This horrible day began with me opening my old truck's door to find a dead rabbit draped across the driver's seat, its stomach torn wide and its entrails spread out. I knew it was Jason that done it. It was his little revenge for my striking his precious mother. I considered going back inside the house and tanning his hide with my belt, but I thought better of it. What good would it do to strap the boy when nothing seemed to harm him? I disposed of the carcass and then placed an old towel on the seat so that my pants would not be soiled by the blood. Then I cranked it up and set off on a day of work. It wasn't until I drew near the end of the driveway that I discovered there was more to Jason's vengeance than I first suspected. I depressed the brake pedal as there was another truck about to pass by, and the pedal sank to the floor. My truck did not slow, and I plunged out into the oncoming truck's path. My life was spared by the quick reactions of the other driver, who swerved enough to make it a glancing blow, which sent me into the ditch. I sat in stunned silence for minutes, willing my hammering heart to slow. Finally, I regained control of my trembling form to step out of the cab and examine the damage. I got to my knees and crawled beneath the truck and froze in horror at what I foresaw. The brake cable was cut cleanly into as if severed with a razor or a pair of shears. I am positive that the malfunction did not occur due to wearing over time. No, the cable was cut by purposeful hands with infernal intent. Jason cut the brake cable. My only son tried to murder me. But now that I have had time to ponder on it, I do not believe he is my son at all. I have come to believe that Jason's real father are the entities I entreated the dark deadites from the accursed book. Was Jason conceived by the demons in some abominable and blasphemous immaculate conception to mirror that of Christ's birth? I ran up the driveway in a rage and burst into the house. I found Jason and Pamela sitting down to breakfast in the kitchen. I opened my mouth to scream at the boy, but stopped. The words turned to ashes in my throat. Jason stared at me with all the vengeful fires of the abyss burning in his eyes. It seemed to me that I could see worms crawling beneath his skin. He opened his mouth and I saw some black, squirming thing curling and uncurling there. I spun on my heels and fled from that house in abject terror. I had only the clothes on my back and a few coins in my wallet. I left behind a life and all my possessions, and I never looked back. I'm sitting now at Martha's dining room table while she sits across from me. She had taken me in without many questions. She says that she loves me. I do not know if I may love her like she deserves, but I will try. At least I will as long as it is safe to do so. I wonder how far is far enough to outrun the devil. I pray. Yes, I have begun to pray again in the hope that the God of the Bible will see fit to take me back after I have communed with the formless things that live in the outer dark. Maybe he will see fit to protect me. As for Jason, I wash my hands of the whole affair. Let his doting mother keep him and he her, as long as it is far away from me. God, please keep him away from me. Martha wants me. I must go. Chapter 9. The Little Girl in the Pink Dress. I'm gonna say words to you, Campbell had said. Jason Voorhees. His response had elicited puzzled, uncomfortable stares from the douchebag reporter and the cameraman. Most people thought bounty hunters were insane, and he had just confirmed the fact for the two men. Why, that makes me think of a little girl in a pink dress, sticking a hot dog through a donut. But they were wrong. Sure, Duke was eccentric and a little abrasive, but he was far from crazy. Her name was Annie Brackett. Duke first met her at Smith's Grove Park in Haven, New Jersey, when they were 8 years old. She was at a family reunion. He was out for a play date with his neighbor. Duke didn't remember the boy's name now. He wasn't important. Had in fact moved the following year. Annie was important. He was sitting at the bottom of a slide eating a soggy peanut butter and jelly sandwich when he caught sight of her. She was sitting on the edge of the merry-go-round with her pretty white dress, shoes digging into the soft sand, leaving a thin circular furrow. She held a glazed donut in her left hand and was busily poking a half-eaten hot dog in and out of the pastry's center hole. "What are you doing?" he asked as he walked over and sat down beside her. "Why are you playing with your food like that?" "My older sister told me this was dirty," she said. "But I don't know why. Do you know why?" Duke, raised in church by his devout mother, and essentially innocent at that tender age, shook his head. "I don't know, but it looks funny." Annie looked up into his face and giggled. That was all it took. Duke was smitten. As it turned out, they lived 1 block away from each other, though they attended different schools. They became inseparable. It helped that both of their parents became fast friends, which meant they barely went a day without seeing each other. Years passed and things changed, as they are wont to do, deepening Duke and Annie's relationship until it was something much more than friendship. Junior year of high school came, and they attended prom together. They sat beneath the dim gymnasium lights and talked about their future together, never doubting everything would work out. Then Duke decided to take her for a midnight boat ride at Crystal Lake. She seemed so excited. Her smile was so bright it seemed to light up the night around them. He drove them from Haven along Cunningham Road, passing by the park where they met. They passed through the darkened neighboring town like phantoms and turned down a dirt road. Duke pulled to a stop by an old dock, and the two of them stared at the full moon over the placid lake. Its light silver road reflected on the water's surface. "I love you," she said, kissing him on the cheek. "I love you more," he answered back. "I love you first," she giggled. It was a perfect moment, the last one of his life. They got out of the car, and he led her by the hand down the shore to a wooden rowboat tied to the end of the dock. He helped her in, untied the rope, and paddled them out toward the center of the lake. There was a small battery-powered storm lantern beneath his seat. He pulled it out and turned it on, illuminating the area with bluish LED light that made her eyes shine. He took her hand. "You are beautiful." She opened her mouth to say something, but the words died on her lips as something struck the bottom of the boat hard enough to rock it. "What was that?" she asked, her voice trembling with unease. Are there any alligators in this lake?" Duke started to laugh, and the boat was hit again, much harder this time. The fun was over. Duke grabbed the paddle, held it over the water. The figure that exploded from the dark lake was forever imprinted on Duke's mind, a still-framed nightmare. It wore muddy, torn clothes and a yellowed, old-fashioned hockey mask on its face. Duke knew its name, had heard it passed around school like a campfire ghost story. Jason Voorhees, the demon of Camp Blood, was real, and he had come for them. Jason struck Annie, wrapped his arms around her, and carried her over the edge of the boat into the midnight black water. The boat capsized, tossing Duke after them into the freezing water. The world turned upside down, and for a moment he was unable to tell which direction the surface was. Finally, his head broke into the night air, and he was looking around for any sign of Annie. There was nothing, not even bubbles rising to disturb the water. He screamed her name until his voice was gone. He dove down over and over, willing his eyes to pierce the shadows to where she was. He never saw her again. In the end, he swam to the shore and drove to the nearest gas station and called the county sheriff. What followed was an endless night where he was interrogated until the sun came up. No one wanted to believe that their old boogeyman was still around and up to his old tricks. But Duke knew better. A fire was lit in his hardened heart. Romance was dead. Love was gone forever, because she was dead. There would never be another Annie. A plan formed in his mind, one that would drive him until he sweated blood. He studied martial arts, learned to use many weapons and guns. He learned investigative techniques. He dieted and exercised until he was in better shape than most professional athletes. He became Creighton Duke, bounty hunter. All so that he could one day kill the monster that took his soulmate from him. Some said he was obsessed. They called him Ahab and Jason his great white whale. Maybe it was true, but he didn't care. All that mattered to him now was the plan. Duke sighed and sat up on the paper-thin vinyl-covered mattress and rubbed his eyes. Things had gone sideways, but only slightly so. Big Bad Sheriff Landis thought he had him cowed. It was only a matter of time and patience until Duke taught him otherwise. A little old man with delusions of grandeur would not derail his mission, not when he was so close to seeing the task done. Not when he had finally figured out what he had to do to end Jason once and for all. Not when he had the Kandarian dagger, the tool Jessica Kimball would need to send Voorhees straight to hell. He crossed his arms over his broad chest and smiled. Soon. Chapter 10. Stephen's Big Break. It was funny how a glimpse could turn your whole world upside down. 2 seconds spent staring at Jessica holding their baby, and he was ready to walk through all 9 layers of Dante's Inferno for the both of them. Stephen didn't even know the baby's name. He glanced around his tiny cell in frustration. Randy told him not to do anything stupid, and he had responded with the claim that there was nothing he could do because he was locked up. That, strictly speaking, wasn't entirely true. He had always been good at sleight of hand, could slip a pair of handcuffs with relative ease. He'd even done a few magic shows as a small child before he lost interest in performing. Still, he kept practicing in the solitude of his room, away from prying eyes that might judge him for his nerdy hobby. A half-baked plan was forming in his mind, and Randy was the key. He trusted Stephen, would never dream that Stephen would do anything to harm him. Stephen wouldn't, not really, but the assumption would put Randy off guard. Stephen would give it a little more time to see if Randy could sway the sheriff. If he couldn't... The low rumble of laughter drew Stephen from his thoughts, and he turned to see Creighton Duke watching him through the bars that separated their respective cells. "You're just about the saddest sack of shit I ever seen," Duke said. A Cheshire cat grin spread across his face. "Why don't you just shut up?" Stephen said. He turned away in irritation. Weren't they both in enough trouble without trying to make each other more miserable? Duke continued as if he hadn't heard Stephen's remark. Accused of murder, and not just any murder, but the murder of the mother of the girl you love. You know what, kid? That's fucked up. I didn't do it. Oh, I know you didn't, chuckled Duke. He stood and crossed to the bars, eyeing Stephen from between them with mean-spirited mirth. The problem is, how are you going to get anyone else to believe you? It's a hell of a predicament, make no mistake. Stephen opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He was lost for words. It doesn't matter who you think you saw in that house. It was Jason Voorhees that killed Diana, Duke said. Stephen gasped, remembering Diana's last words and the demon beyond the mirror. How'd you know that? Duke held up one finger, ignoring Stephen's question. There's only one way to put an end to that devil. And they don't know that way. Stephen approached the bars, coming face to face with the bounty hunter. And you do? Duke nodded, a steely glint in his eyes. Tell me what to do. Duke clicked his tongue, shook his head in mock sadness. Information like that is very expensive, and I don't think you have what it takes to pay. I don't think you have the stones to take on this fight either, kid, Duke thought. You think you are tough enough, but I know you aren't. You're getting in over your head, he continued thinking. Try me, Stephen said. Okay, kid, Duke thought. You asked for it. Now your good buddy Duke is going to teach you a lesson about your place in the world. You aren't the hero. You're just background noise, Duke thought. Duke reached between the bars, holding his hands out. Give me your hands. Stephen frowned, hesitant to let the intense man touch him. What? Why? Your hand, Duke repeated. Give it to me. Stephen extended his left hand, and Duke took it gingerly, caressing Stephen's fingers almost as a lover would. The bounty hunter's palms were calloused and rough, like sandpaper to Stephen's smooth skin. Duke stared into Stephen's eyes, taking his measure and finding him wanting. See, Duke said, everything and everyone has a price, and the cost of this is very, very high. Are you ready to pay? What's the price? Duke rubbed Stephen's left pinky between his own fingers. Are you ready to pay? With a sense of foreboding, Stephen nodded. Crack! Pain exploded up Stephen's arm as Duke snapped his pinky sideways. Stephen hit the floor, scooted away to put space between himself and the psycho who laughed on the other side of the bars. The only way to kill Jason Voorhees is to destroy his heart, and there's only one person who can do that now that Diana is dead, Duke said. Her daughter. What the hell? Jessica? Duke nodded. He will try to get her before she can get to him. A cold hand gripped Stephen's heart at the bounty hunter's words, and he had to take a deep breath to steady himself. What does he want with her? The same thing he wanted her mother for. Stephen grunted in frustration, approaching the bars. Come on, man! Quit being evasive, just tell me! Duke smiled regretfully down at Stephen, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. You want information? You gotta pay. Stephen glanced down at his rapidly swelling pinky and then back up. Fuck, man, come on! Duke reached out. Your hand. Fear brought stinging tears to Stephen's eyes, and he blinked them away before they could fall. It would not do to show any weakness to the man. He held out his shaking left hand and felt Duke grab his ring finger. Are you ready to pay? Duke asked. Stephen closed his eyes and nodded. Snap! Stephen hit the floor again, screaming in articulate agony, at this fresh assault. His hand felt like a white-hot anvil throbbing at the end of his arm. Duke knelt down to Stephen's level and continued. Those FBI idiots destroyed Jason's body, so now he needs a new one. The ones he's jumping in and out of right now can't last. They get diseased. He grows weak. They aren't enough. He needs to be truly reborn again, and he needs Jessica to do it. Why, Jessica, Stephen growled through clenched teeth. Duke stood up, slapping his thighs. Now see, that is a very, very expensive question, boy, and I don't think you have what it takes to pay the price. Stephen stood up and shoved his left hand into Duke's, surprising the older man. There was no more hesitation in Stephen's face. Tell me, he said. Duke studied Stephen, speechless for a moment. Perhaps he had misjudged the boy. Perhaps he was made of sterner stuff than first met the eye. Duke patted the back of Stephen's wrist and then released it. He leaned against the bars with the first real smile he'd worn since the encounter had begun on his face. Good on you, kid, he thought. This one is on the house. In a Voorhees was he born, through a Voorhees may he be reborn, and only by the hands of a Voorhees will he die. You see, Jason's pappy got up to some serious dark shit, and it put a stain on the family. It is such a powerful shadow that it was passed down from father to his offspring. Jason had a sister, your girlfriend's mother, Diana. Now that she is dead, Jason has only 2 blood relatives left in the world, with the power to kill him or make him reborn. Jessica and the baby, Stephen whispered. I've got to get out of here. I've got to protect them. Duke shook his head. The only way to do that is to kill Jason Voorhees, and you can't do that. Jessica must do it. Tell her of her birthright. You have to find a way to make her believe you. How am I supposed to do that? I barely believe it, and I saw him in the mirror when he killed Diana. She already knows where she comes from, Duke said. You need to find something to prove that you are telling the truth. Go to the old Voorhees house off Cunningham Road and find proof, because if you don't, Jason will kill her and your baby. Stephen looked away from the man, his mind a whirl with impossibilities and nightmares come true. It seemed him an invisible guillotine cut its deadly arch over all their heads, counting the seconds until the death of everyone he loved with tiny clicks and clacks. His hand throbbed with each beat of his heart, giving him an idea. He glanced up at the cell door and frowned. He thought the plan might work, but he felt bad about the details. Oh well, Randy would forgive him in the end. Hold on to your butt, he thought as he stepped closer to the door. Here goes nothing. He cleared his throat and began to scream, letting some of his fear and pain show in his voice. Running footsteps echoed off the cinder block walls and tile floor, and then Randy was there, his face pale, his eyes wide. What is it? Randy shouted. What's going on? Stephen held his left hand out to show Randy the twisted fingers. That son of a bitch in the next cell broke my fingers. Duke shrugged. 4-eyed little shit had it coming. Randy ignored this aside, motioned for Stephen to come closer. Let me take a look. Stephen let Randy take his hand, waited for him to lower his head, and then reached through the bars with his good right hand. He grabbed Randy's lapel with all his strength and pulled him around until the deputy's back was to him. He used his left to draw Randy's Beretta 9mm from its holster. Holding onto it with thumb and 2 good fingers, Randy felt the cold steel barrel against his temple and froze in disbelief. Shit, Stephen! What the hell do you think you're doing? Stephen squeezed Randy tighter and hissed for him to be quiet. Randy let his hands fall limp to his sides. You stupid asshole, Randy muttered. I told you not to do anything dumb, and what do? Attempt some half-assed jailbreak? You just wait until I get my hands on you. I'm gonna beat your dumbass like your daddy should've." "He did beat me," Stephen said. "The lesson didn't sink in. Now carefully take the keys off your belt and open the cell." Randy didn't move. "You wouldn't shoot me." Stephen groaned internally. He didn't have time for half measures. Every second that passed brought a monster closer to ending his whole world. He thumbed the pistol's hammer back until it clicked in Randy's ear. "You might be right. Now open the cell." Randy shivered under Stephen's grip, finally filled with enough doubt to give him pause. He took the keyring from his belt and slowly turned to face his friend. The pistol's bore between them was like the mouth of some great beast that desired to swallow worlds. Randy inserted the key, twisted it, and slid the cell door open. Stephen motioned him inside with the gun, hardly able to meet his friend's gaze for the judgment he saw there. Randy obeyed and Stephen stepped out, yanking the keys from Randy's belt as he passed. Stephen slid the door shut and then stuffed the pistol into the waistband of his jeans. "Listen to me, Stephen," Randy said, hands raised before him. "Please don't do this, man. They will shoot you on sight if you escape." "That's a chance I'm going to have to take," Stephen said as he pocketed the keys and jogged up the corridor. The sound of his footsteps like pursuing purposeful death snapping at his heels. Chapter 11. First Meeting. Vicky didn't believe in fate. She didn't have faith in God or any other higher power. But she did believe in stupid, no good, downright rotten bad luck. Case in point, she had the bad luck to have been born and raised in Crystal Lake, weirdo capital of the world. Further case in point, she had the atrocious bad luck to have a paternal grandfather that was once infamously known around the county by the charming colloquial moniker of Crazy Ralph. She'd never actually met the man since he'd met his end at the hands of Camp Blood's vicious Jason Voorhees before she was born. Still, the ghost of the wacko seemed to haunt her every step through childhood and adolescence. She wished she'd had a nickel for every time she heard someone call her Nutty Vicky and ask her when she was going to take up her Gramps' holy crusade. "I've got to warn you," he would say after he got good and liquored up. "You're doomed. If you go out to his place, that camp has a death curse." Funny that old Crazy Ralph turned out to be partially right. Vicky turned her little compact car onto Cunningham Road, glancing in her rearview mirror at the sleepy form of Stephanie as she dreamed her innocent dreams. She passed by an old dirt road on the left and shivered as her own old ghost story came to mind. There was a small cemetery at the end of that road. She'd seen Ralph's boogeyman walking through the graveyard when she was 10 years old. It was a sweltering twilight in the deepest heat of summer. She and Jessica were walking back through the woods after spending the afternoon swimming in the lake. They'd been talking about some silly topic when Vicky's shoe came untied, and she'd stopped at the edge of the cemetery to tie it, while Jessica walked on. She'd finished, stood up, and there he was. He was standing beside a grave marker, as tall as a tree and dark as a cloudy night. He was wearing the hockey mask, red triangles scratched and chipped by years of abuse. He'd stared at her as she stared back, each frozen in that seemingly endless moment. It was funny. Looking back, she didn't remember being frightened by him. It was as if he considered her to be some curious animal, like a kitten or a puppy. He tilted his head to one side, and then the other, and then he had turned and strode off into the deepening shadows under the trees. Of course, Jessica hadn't believed her because she hadn't seen a thing. Still, Vicky knew what she'd seen was real. She'd wonder how many other people around the area had similar stories. She pulled off into Joey B's diner and came to a stop beside Ward's rusted-out car. She chuckled at the sight of the pair of pink furry dice that hung from his rear-view mirror and the faded bumper sticker which read Shaggin' Wagon. She got out and carried Stephanie in her car seat around to the front of the building where Ward, Shelby, and Joey stood talking around the register. "Ma," Ward said, I thought the world of Diana. I think you should have closed the diner until the funeral." Joey rolled her eyes at her large son, thought about spitting, but didn't want to mar her clean floor. "Oh, sure," she said. "And give all of you 2 days off with pay, right?" Ward blanched. "Come on, Ma." Shelby put a hand on his wife's arm. "Hey now, baby, not now. Believe it or not, I'm hurting too, and not just because I lost my best waitress." Vicky sat Stephanie on the counter, frowning at her boss. "Best waitress? What am I, chopped liver?" Joey looked towards Vicky, a smart-ass comment on her lips that vanished as soon as she saw the baby carrier. "What the fuck is that?" "This is Stephanie," Vicky answered. "She's Jessica's baby." Joey seemed to puff up even larger than she usually was, building a head of steam. "Fuck that. Get it the fuck out. This is a restaurant, not a fucking daycare." "Now come on, Pumpkin," Shelby said, unperturbed by Joey's colorful language. He sat on the counter, his short legs dangling in the air, making him look more like a little kid than the older man he was. He slid closer and peered down at Stephanie with a huge grin on her face. "I believe that is the sweetest thing God ever put on this earth. You're a little cutie pie." "It'll be just as cute on the street," Joey shouted, pointing towards the door. "Now get it out." Vicky opened her mouth to protest, but stopped when the phone rang. Joey picked it up. Yeah, she's here." "No shit." "Yeah, I'll call if I see him." "What was that about?" Vicky asked as Joey hung the phone up. "Change of plans," Joey said. "The baby can stay. Take her to the back and make her a crib out of some boxes or something." Vicky was taken aback. "Wait, what?" Joey shooed her with the hem of her apron. "Go on, scoot!" Vicky went, carrying Stephanie in her carrier, throwing confused glances back over her shoulder. Joey waited until she was gone before turning to the others. "What's going on, Pumpkin?" Shelby asked. "Stephen Freeman escaped from the jail. He managed to get his hands on a gun." "Oh, Jesus!" Shelby breathed. "Do they know where he's headed?" "Knowing Freeman, he's turned ass and hightailed it to Canada. But, just in case he didn't..." Joey reached beneath the counter and pulled out a large semi-automatic pistol. She pinched the slide and tried to pull it to the rear to seat around in the chamber, but she wasn't strong enough. "Here," Shelby said, taking the gun from her. "Let me do it." He racked the slide expertly and then ruined the feat by nearly toppling off the counter backwards. Ward caught him at the last second, saving him a nasty fall. "Jesus, Pookie," Joey said with a shake of her head. Stephen watched Vicky enter the storeroom from his hiding place behind a pile of boxes. He clutched his taped-up broken fingers to his lips, trying to control his breathing. Sure, she could hear the quickened beat of his heart. She placed an empty box onto the table beside the battered old television and then sat the baby inside it. Stephanie looked up at her with big wet eyes, beginning to cry. "I know this isn't a palace," she said, stuffing some blankets and Stephanie's teddy bear in around her. "But it'll have to do. God, you look so much like your daddy. I'll come back and check on you in a little bit, sweetie." She leaned down to kiss the thin wisp of hair on the baby's head and then left. Stephen gasped, realizing he was alone with his child for the first time. He stepped out of hiding and walked over to her. She stopped crying when she caught sight of him. "Jesus," he whispered, tears choking him. He ran a finger along her cheek, and she smiled. "I don't even know your name." Movement behind him. Stephen turned to see Ward standing in the doorway to the dining area. They studied each other in silence for a moment, and then Ward let the door close behind him. "Stephen, what are you doing here?" Stephen looked back down at as if Stephanie was all the explanation he needed. "This is the first time I've ever been able to touch my baby." Ward grimaced and then reached into his pants pocket, withdrawing a set of keys and tossing them to Stephen. "Take my car. Get out." "Ward, Ward shook his head to cut Stephen off. Stephen nodded and smiled. "Thanks." Ward inclined his head toward the back door and then walked back towards the front of the door, shutting the door behind him. Stephen took one last look at his daughter and then tore himself away. There would be time enough for hugs and kisses later, but only if he got moving and found the proof he needed to show Jessica. He ran out into the back parking lot, jumped behind the wheel of Ward's shaggin' wagon, and hit the road. Chapter 12. What Happened to Robert? Stephen drove down the overgrown driveway, cringing as tree limbs scraped swaths of paint from the side of Ward's car. Hell of a way to repay his kindness. Stephen resolved to repaint the vehicle once everything was over. That is, if I live through this, he thought. Foliage parted, revealing a large two-story house with faded brown paint. A set of pollen-clouded windows indicated the presence of a greenhouse or solarium to the left of the main entrance, and a rusted jungle gym sat at the waist-high weeds to the right. As birthplaces of monsters went, the place seemed rather unimposing. Stephen killed the engine and stepped out into the cool afternoon breeze. He took a breath, wrinkled his nose. There was the familiar spice of fallen leaves and growing things, but something far more unpleasant lurked underneath. It was the sense of decay. Great. That's just what I need, to be discovered at the Voorhees house with a bunch of Jason's victims. My life will be over before the brass shell casings hit the ground. No questions asked. Do not pass go, do not pick up $200, just go straight to hell and tell them Sheriff Ed Landis sent you. Stephen swallowed hard, trying to squash his rising dread, and walked up to the front door. It was unlocked and squealed open on rusted hinges. Dust mites floated in the air, coated every surface save where it was disturbed by the passage of many feet. Someone had been visiting the place frequently over the past several days. My luck, they'll still be here. He stepped inside and the door shut behind him. He walked down the hallway, past black and white photographs of people long dead. He recognized Pamela Voorhees in a few, though she looked very different in the old newspaper clippings he'd first seen her in. The woman reflected in the framed photos seemed more vibrant somehow. He guessed they must have been taken before Jason drowned, before she went mad. He came to a door that opened onto a large parlor, dominated by a long dining table and sideboard against one wall. A large mirror hung on that wall over the sideboard, its surface shattered by multiple blows. Below this, a strange collection of melted candles and fabric covered the sideboard center. Stephen approached it and paused when he saw the focus of the odd altar. A book sat amongst the detritus, staring up at him from a stretched, leathery face. Evidence of crude stitching ran across the cover, bringing together disparate pieces of differing boo that must have been coming from more than one person. Stephen picked the vile thing up and flipped through pages, covered on strange symbols, letters, and drawings. God, the drawings! There was one that showed a person shoving their arms down their own throat and pulling their intestines out through their mouth. There, a woman being skinned alive, another, a man being scalded to death with boiling water. Each image was like a shard of the mirror, driven into his mind. He had to look away, had to throw the disgusting book away from him, but he couldn't seem to make his hands obey him. Instead of closing the book, his hands flipped faster and faster, filling his mind with poison. A rush of fresh air, the creak of wood finally broke the spell, and he let the book fall to the floor. Someone was at the front door. Panic flooded through his veins, and Stephen sought for anywhere to hide. He saw a door off the parlor, opened it. It was a small closet full of brooms and mops. He stepped inside, shut the door, and felt his heart try to leap from his chest as the floor beneath him gave way. He fell through up to his chest, managed to halt his descent with his arms, had to bite back shrieks of pain as his broken fingers struck the floor. Footsteps drew closer. Stephen pushed himself up, and then something was moving in the shadows above him. He looked up and saw Diana's corpse falling towards him from the corner. She landed feet first and slid down past him, her cold body rubbing against his as she disappeared into the dark cellar underneath him. Fresh screams rose to his lips, and he bit down on his tongue hard enough to draw blood, stifling his cries. The parlor door opened, and Stephen found he could see enough through the wide-spaced panels of the closet door to recognize who walked in. Jessica's dickhead boyfriend? What's he doing here? Robert Campbell's phone rang, and he answered it. "Hey, Reggie, what's happening?" "Oh, yeah, I'm there now. I just put the hockey mask and clothes down in the basement. I'm going to dress up tonight and let some people see me. I think a few Jason sightings will really help the story, don't you?" What the hell, Stephen thought. What's he up to? "Oh, it's great," Campbell continued. He walked over to the sideboard and ran a finger through the carpet of dust on the furniture. "It's disgusting. Look, I'm going to want to dress the place up. Maybe we can put a few body parts in the refrigerator." "Will, Reg, I don't know. Talk to Harry and Props. You know what we were going for here. Twisted Secrets of the Voorhees House Revealed." Campbell bent down to retrieve the book from where Stephen had dropped it, and reverently replaced it near the candles. "Oh," Campbell said, grinning wildly. "One more thing. Guess what tomorrow's headline is going to read? Body of slain Voorhees woman stolen from morgue." "Well, because last night I stole Diana's body and hid it here in the closet. Then I went home and fucked her daughter." Campbell cackled, the laughter and smile very different from those he revealed to the general public. Stephen stared at the man's face through the gap in the door, saw himself climbing free from the hole and charging out. He saw himself becoming the murderer he was accused of being. "And we call Jason evil?" Stephen thought. Campbell grunted, apparently not thrilled with the response he was getting from the other side of the phone. "Reg, do you want to calm down? Listen, it'll all work out great. Trust me. I'll talk Jessica into letting us film here, right? I'll bring the police and they will discover the body on camera. Our ratings will go through the fucking roof." Stephen saw red. He heaved himself up, started to rise from the floor, and then froze as the parlor door burst open and Josh came in. The deputy looked much the worse for wear since the last time Stephen had seen him. There were purple bruises beneath each jaundiced eye and dried blood on his head and chest, evidence of the confrontation at Diana's house the previous night. His skin was ashen and damp with the slimy, viscous fluid clinging to his flesh. The stench of dead fish came off him in waves. "Jesus!" Campbell shouted. He raised his hands to fend off his attacker, but it was no use. Josh picked the reporter up by the neck and slammed him down onto the table with bone-crushing force. Then Josh was bending over him and clamping his mouth over Campbell's. Campbell grunted, gurgled, as if he were choking on some huge object. This is how it happens, Stephen thought. This is how Jason jumps from one person to the next. Campbell kicked frantically, as if in the throes of a grand mal seizure. Went rigid, and then limp. 2 seconds of silence, and then Josh stumbled back and looked around in wonder, unsure of where he was. Then the pain began. He screamed as he held his hands in front of his face, screamed as the skin began to run like melting tallow. Blood and pus pattered to the floor like rain. The tips of rounded, soft fingers became claws as the bone beneath protruded through the dissolving flesh. He staggered, fell forward against the closet door, and putrid ooze flowed between the boards to puddle inches from Stephen's face. Oh, Mary, Mother of God, Stephen thought. I can't let that shit get on me. I'll go mad. Stephen looked up and saw one clouded eye staring at him through the crack. Josh saw him, recognized him. There was such agony in that gaze, such a cry for help, for an end to unbearable suffering. Stephen could only stare back, soul sick to his very core. Josh pulled away with a bubbly moan, his body parting from the door with a squelch. His hands clutched at his now full shirt, trying to pulled himself together as his internal organs uncoiled from his abdomen and puddled between his knees. He fell forward onto his face, and Stephen heard slackening. Tendons and sinew snap like an overtaxed rubber band. Josh tried to rise, leaving his lower jaw behind on the floor, his tongue hanging limp from his wide gullet. He didn't resemble Josh anymore, didn't resemble anything human. The only thing Stephen could compare the massive, raw, groaning meat to was pictures of horrors he'd seen in the Tales from the Crypt or Vault of Horrors comics as a child. Stephen watched it writhe, its movements growing slow and tired as the body wore down like an old clock. Please, Stephen thought, tears running down his cheeks. Please let it end. Josh was a good man before Jason got to him. He didn't deserve this. No one deserved to die like this. One more beat of rotten heart, another, and then the muscle fiber that held the muscle together frayed apart. Josh grew still and moved no more as his corpse went about the business of rapid desiccation. A gasped intake of breath, and Robert Campbell, host of American Case File, stiller of bodies and general piece of shit, jumped down from the table. He looked around, a red ribbon of gore running from his mouth to stain his shirt. He turned and stalked out of the room, rejuvenated and ready to complete his task. Stephen heard the front door slam shut. He was alone with the dead. I've got to get out of here. Jason's after Jessica. He pushed, pried, felt jagged splinters of wood dig into his abdomen as he popped free from the floor. He shoved the door open and nearly tripped over Josh's remains on his way from the house. Interlude 4, from the journal of Pamela Voorhees, October 31st, 1957. It's been 1 month and 19 days since they let my Jason drown. 1 month and 19 of the blackest days of my life. The doctors and nurses at the hospital said they were ever so sorry. Winnie from up the road held me while I cried. She said she knew how I felt, but she doesn't. No one can possibly know unless they have outlived their child. Even worse, I don't even have a grave to visit because they've buried an empty pine box. Jason's body was never recovered from the lake. I have no closure, only endless pain. I am in hell. Therefore, I thought, why not seek hell's aid? I've known about Elias's book for years now. I read his journal entries about the ritual he conducted to give us Jason. I've read his notes on translating the book's runes and believe I can do it myself. It's October the 31st, All Hallows Eve. Samhain, Halloween, the perfect night to converse with demons and devils. I care not what they are or what their nature is. I only care about what they might return to me. Don't worry, my sweet, sweet boy. Mommy will make everything all right again. First, I will bring you back, and then we will punish all those irresponsible bitches and whoremasters at that camp. Oh yes, they will pay dearly for what they did to you. Mommy will see to everything. Later, a huge harvest moon hung over the horizon, casting its orange jack-o'-lantern glow over the lake. I performed the ritual described in the book on the shore near where my Jason drowned. There was a hunting knife in a pouch at my belt in case someone from the camp should discover me. I must confess that I hoped someone would. A bit of human blood might have strengthened the incantation. Alas, no one came. I completed the ritual and then waited. I waited until the sun rose above the top of the trees and the trumpet blew the morning wake-up blast over the sleeping camp. Jason didn't come. I didn't see a ripple or bubble. I didn't feel the wind pick up or hear strange voices whisper in my ear. How did I fail where my bastard husband succeeded? Maybe the entities enjoy my torment far too much to grant me a favor? Perhaps they sit back and watch me sob into my pillow each night and drink my salty tears like wine. I don't know. What I do know is that my life is ended. Though I am not brave enough to force my body to stop its senseless working, I am pathetic. So I go on, listlessly moving through a world that has lost all color. Jason, my sweet baby boy, I think I know a way to bring color back to the world. I will go to the camp and carve up anyone responsible for what happened to you, and anyone who tries to keep that place open. I will paint the world red, Jason. I will paint everything with their hot blood. For you, my sweet Jason, all for you. Mommy loves you. Chapter 13. Two boys fight for their girl. The hot water cascaded down Jessica's back, nearly scalding her, cleaning away the day's grime. It was too bad it couldn't wash away her grief. A sob escaped her lips, her tears lost in the falling water. She rubbed at her eyes, trying to quiet herself, but another sob came through regardless. Her pain was hungry, and it would not be denied. She longed to be held, to shift some of her load to another and take comfort, but she couldn't even do that because Robert wasn't home. She tried to call his cell phone before jumping in the shower, and he hadn't answered. She had no idea where he was. Mom's gone, apparently murdered by my ex-boyfriend, and my new boyfriend is AWOL. God, I feel so alone. Maybe so, but you can't shut down. You have to pick Stephanie up by 8, so dry up your tears and get in gear. Easier said than done. She thought of Stephen, the look in his eyes when he caught sight of her and the baby at the sheriff's office. Ed was so sure he killed her mother. Ed had evidence, was a witness to Stephen standing over her mother's body. But his eyes had been kind. She pushed the thought away. She needed to start accepting the facts. The father of her child was a killer. She reached for the soap and then froze as the lights went out, plunging the bathroom into darkness. The metallic taste of fear filled her mouth, made her heart race. She turned the water off and stepped out, drying quickly and donning a t-shirt that clung to her still damp curves. "Robert?" she called, hating the tremulous sound of her voice. "Is that you? You better not be playing games right now. I'm really not in the mood." No answer. Fear deepened towards panic. Of course, Robert wouldn't turn the lights off. He wouldn't play games with her, not now, not in the house where her mother... She stepped out into the hall and started down the stairs to the ground floor. She reached the bottom and turned left into the living room, where light from the street lights outside filtered in through the windows. So it was just her mom's house without power. So what? "Hello?" The flap of the sheet fastened over the shattered window was the only reply she got. Nothing else moved in the house. Or did it? The tingle at the nape of her neck told her otherwise. She needed a light. She crept out of the room and down the hall towards the garage. Memories from a happier time floated through her mind. Memories of sneaking out of the darkened house to meet Stephen on the street corner. She never thought she'd be sneaking through the house like that again. Jessica reached the door to the garage and pushed it open. The earthy scent of motor oil filled her nose. Her car was a hulking shadow in the black. She felt along the wall to her left, her hand falling on the smooth wooden handle of a claw hammer hung on a pegboard. She lifted the hammer, reassured by its weight, and then followed the edge of the car to the driver's side door. She opened it and climbed inside. She leaned over to rummage through her glove box, and her foot brushed the brake pedal. Red light flared, illuminated khaki pants and a dirty white shirt near the car's trunk. Jessica didn't see them. She found the flashlight and turned it on, playing the beam around her. She got out, leaving the hammer on the seat beside the car, and came face to face with Campbell. "Jesus!" Jessica gasped. "You scared the hell out of me. Where have you been?" He didn't respond, only stared, blank-eyed at her for a moment. Jessica frowned, taking in his appearance by the light of the flashlight. Something was very wrong. Both of his eyes were sunken and bruised, and blood streaked his neck and chin. "Robert, you look like shit. What happened to you?" He reached out with grimy hands and gripped her head hard enough to leave bruises. She pulled away, found she was caught fast in his vice-like grip. He opened his mouth wide, growling like an animal, and began to force his mouth onto hers. Movement to her left, the sound of running feet, and a voice raised in fury. "Get away from her!" It was Stephen. He punched Campbell in the face, knocking him away from her, and then he was clutching her hand and dragging her from the home. "Where are you taking me?" she asked as they crossed the threshold onto the front yard where Ward's car waited with the engine still running. "There's no time to explain right now," he yelled, tugging on her. "Come on!" Jessica had had enough of men manhandling her. She planted her feet, started to slap him, and was surprised when he picked her up over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She pounded on his back with clenched fists, struggled against his desperate hold. "Let me go! Stephen, put me down right now, or I swear I'm going to kill you!" They reached the car. Stephen threw the door open and stuffed Jessica unceremoniously into the front passenger seat before climbing in beside her. She looked up at his blazing face, terrified. He was going to kidnap her. That was it. He wanted her back, and he wanted Stephanie. He must have thought her mother was keeping him away from them by keeping her secrets. "Stephen, I don't want to go with you. Tell me what's going on." Stephen started to answer, and then a fist burst through the driver's side window and grabbed for his throat. Jessica screamed as shards of glass pricked the exposed skin of her thighs, drawing blood. Stephen threw the car into reverse and jammed his foot on the gas pedal. The car lurched backwards, breaking Campbell's grip on his neck and sending the reporter rolling along the driveway. Jessica gazed out the window in horror as Stephen stopped the car. Campbell got to his feet and started towards them, unperturbed by his tumble. Stephen shifted the car into drive and sped forward. Jessica threw a hand out to grab the wheel, but she was far too late. The car hit Campbell, sending him flipping up over the hood and roof to sprawl on the ground behind them. Stephen wasted no time. He shifted into reverse and gunned the engine. The car jumped twice as it passed over Jessica's boyfriend, and then they were speeding along down a country road. Jessica looked over at him, speechless in the face of such violence. "Robert is dead," she thought. She paused, waiting for the flood of fresh grief, but it didn't come. She felt numb, empty. Maybe this outrage was one too many in such a short time. "No, I won't be spared this. It will hit me like a ton of bricks tonight or tomorrow and leave me a gasping husk, hollowed out and weeping to the ground." How much could one person endure before madness set in? Was it just around the corner with terrible chomping teeth? She looked to Stephen, bent over the wheel. He really was a killer. She had to get away from him. "Stephen," she said, "stop this car. Pull over right now." There was a turnoff ahead. Stephen slammed on the brakes, and the car fishtailed to a stop near a Smokey the Bear sign, detailing their responsibility for preventing forest fires. She raised her hands, ready to fight, but stopped at the look on Stephen's face. "Are you out of your mind?" He shook his head, put a hand on her arm. "Just listen to me for a minute, okay? What I'm going to tell you will sound insane, but I promise you I'm not crazy. Now you think I killed Robert back there, right? No way he could have lived. I mean, I ran the fucker over." "Stephen." Stephen cut her off. "Just tell me, did I kill him or not?" Jessica nodded, eyes wide. "Yes, you killed him." "Wrong," Stephen said, feeling like Kyle Reese trying to convince Sarah Connor the Terminator was coming to get her. "Come with me if you want to live," he thought bitterly. "He is not dead," he said. "And that is not Robert, Jess. I love you and I loved your mom. I did not kill her. Yesterday, Josh or someone that looked like Josh killed her. and that was after she blew the back of his head off with the revolver. I stabbed him through the heart with a fire poker, and the son of a bitch still lived. That isn't possible. You need help. You and the baby are the only ones who need help, Jess, not me. You are in a lot of danger, and I'm here to help. Jessica scoffed. You are going to save us like some fucking hero? Even if I believed you, I would never trust you again. You are irresponsible and reckless. You always have been and always will be. You're like Peter Pan in The Lost Boys. You'll never grow up. Pain flashed through Stephen's eyes, but he bore it in silence. Finally, he nodded. You might have been right when you left me all those months ago, but you aren't now. I'm not the man I used to be. I've changed. Your mom saw it. That's why I was at her house the night she died. Diana invited me over to talk. She was going to tell me about your connection to the Voorhees family. Her last words were spent asking me to protect you from Jason. Madness, she thought as she leaned against the passenger door. He's utterly insane. Stephen turned back to the wheel, shifted the car into drive. Let's go get the baby. He really means to go get Stephanie. Jessica blinked and found herself lunging towards him, her fist raised. She brought it down on his groin, and he cried out. You killed my mother, and you think I'd let you near my baby? She shouted. She grabbed him by the back of his head and rammed his face into the steering wheel, drawing blood. She reached past him, opened the door, and shoved him out onto the ground. Stay away from me! Jess! Stephen yelled. He got to his knees, clung to the car door. Wait! Jess! Fuck you! She said, slamming her foot on the gas pedal. Stephen held for a second and then fell away. She pulled out onto the pavement and sped away. Stephen was a crumpled heap in the dust that quickly receded into the night. Chapter 14. Old Friends. Sheriff Ed Landis looked up from a stack of papers at the sound of raised voices, and stood when he caught sight of Jessica storming towards his office door, followed by two of his deputies. She was in a bad way, dressed only in a t-shirt and frantic. He met her at the door, and she collapsed into him, burying her face in his chest. Ed, she said, I just left Stephen out on Lake Road. He killed Robert. Jesus, he thought, not another one. Freeman's getting as bad as Jason. How many more bodies will he leave in his wake before he's satisfied? He patted Jessica on the back and then leaned away from her so he could see her face. Hey now, slow down. No, you aren't listening to me. Stephen ran him over. Are you all right? Jessica nodded. I'm fine. I was staying at my mom's place when Stephen showed up talking crazy. Did he hurt you? Landis asked. Jessica groaned with frustration. Surely the sheriff wasn't that slow. He didn't hurt me. He hurt Robert. Okay, he said. I hear you. You said you left him out on Lake Road. Where exactly? She frowned, trying to remember. I'm not sure. There was a Smokey the Bear sign on the side of the road. I know where that is, Deputy Dill said helpfully. That's out past the old Myers place. Landis hugged Jessica, whispered, It's okay. You are safe now. Don't you worry. He lifted his head to address the two deputies. Have dispatch notify all available units. I want this kid. The sound of tires on gravel brought Stephen back from the dark. He tasted dirt and blood. Everything hurt. He sat up groaning and looked to see a deputy sheriff cruiser pull to a stop in front of him with its red and blue bubble lights flashing. The driver's door slammed open and a tall figure emerged. Randy's words from earlier occurred to him. They'll shoot you on sight if you escape. Shit, he breathed, getting to his feet with his hands raised over his head. Don't shoot! The figure emerged from the obscuring lights and Stephen relaxed, lowering his arms. It was Randy. Stephen started to speak, and then Randy's fist met his jaw, stopping words and knocking him to the ground. Damn it, Randy said, walking in a circle, clutching his throbbing hand. Stephen rose to a crouch, wiping fresh blood from his lips. He eyed Randy, anger boiling in his chest. "Fuck this," he said, charging forward. He tackled Randy around the middle and sent him flipping across the cruiser's hood into the dirt. The deputy landed hard and rolled onto his back. Great, Stephen thought. I think I went too far. This and breaking out of the jail earlier, I'm going to have to take Randy fishing to patch things up after this shit is all over. Stephen walked over to his friend, put a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? Randy rounded on Stephen and dragged him to the ground, kicking and screaming. They rolled over and over, throwing punches. They came up on their knees, grabbed each other's shoulders, and headbutted each other. Ouch, dude! Stuff it up your ass, Randy gasped, leaning back against the cruiser. Get in the fucking car. Stephen leaned beside him, his chest heaving. You get in the car. Randy shifted his weight and pulled a set of handcuffs from a pouch on his belt. Do you want me to cuff you? What makes you think you can? Randy's free hand moved to his belt and came to rest on the handle of the new pistol holstered at his hip. I got a gun? Stephen spat blood into the dirt beside him and pulled a pistol of his own from his waistband. Fuck that, I got a gun! Each eyed the other for a moment, and then both brandished the firearms, the barrels swaying wildly. You totally wrecked Jessica, Randy said. Stephen's brow furrowed, and he lowered his gun an inch. Jessica? You've seen Jessica? Yes, I've seen her. She's at the station, scared half to death. The choice was easy. He needed to be where Jessica was. Stephen tossed his gun away and held out his hands, wrists together. Cuff me. Randy was speechless. What? Cuff me, Stephen repeated. I've been a bad boy. I've beaten a deputy's ass twice today. Take me to jail and lock me up. Randy stood and holstered his weapon, eyebrow raised. I wouldn't say you beat my ass. This was taking too long. A second ago, Randy was willing to shoot him to get him in the car. Now all he wanted to do was argue about who was the tougher swinging dick. Stephen shoved his hands under Randy's nose and pointed to the restraints. Are you going to put those on me, or should I take them and do it myself? Randy stared for a moment and then snapped the cuffs in place. Stephen nearly led the deputy to the cruiser's rear door, eager to be near Jessica before it was too late. He was afraid he'd already lost too much time. Chapter 15. At the Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Ed Landis hung up the phone with a satisfied look on his tired face. He would have Stephen back under his thumb in 5 minutes' time and would be able to start getting the whole insane situation back under control. He looked over to the battered old couch, nestled against one wall, where Jessica sat perched on the edge of the cushion with Deputy Ryan beside her. Ryan had her arm around Jessica, trying to comfort, but it appeared to be doing very little. Jessica was like a live wire, trembling with nervous energy. Ed felt like crying again. He cleared his throat and crossed over to the two women. Randy just picked Stephen up, he said, helping Jessica to her feet. He's bringing him in now. Listen, why don't you go with Deputy Ryan? She'll get you some clothes. All we have are deputy uniforms, Ryan said apologetically. Will that be okay? Jessica nodded. Anything is fine, I'm grateful. Ryan put a hand on Jessica's shoulder and led her from the office towards the nearest locker room. Jason strode into the sheriff's office lobby like a prowling lion, driving his Robert Campbell meat suit beyond its limits. He could feel muscle cords tightened like guitar strings twisted to the points of rupture. This body was strong, but it would not last long at the rate he was going. Already it had taken damage thanks to the meddling man in glasses. He has balked us twice now, said the voices in his head. You cannot allow him to interfere again. You must pay him back in kind. Rip the skin from his living bones while he screams. Yes, my sweet Jason, Mother said. Listen to them. They are our friends. They will help make you whole again. One man sat behind a long desk that ran the length of the lobby. The sign on the wall behind him said the booking area was through the door to the man's left. There, said the voices. She's through there. We feel her presence. The deputy's name was Johnson. The man looked up at the sound of Jason's approach, and his eyes went wide when he saw the blood and tire marks across Jason's chest. He stood and came around the desk, hand out to stop Jason. "Damn, dude," Johnson said. "You look like hammered shit. Are you okay?" Jason grabbed the weak man by the wrist and flung him across the room with enough force to tear his shoulder from its socket. Johnson's head struck the wall with a meaty crunch, caving in the drywall and his skull. Jason moved past the quivering body and through the door into the bullpen where rows of desks marched away towards the rear of the room. Two figures were exiting another door, one female deputy, the other dressed in a white t-shirt and deputy pants and boots. Jason felt his black heart quicken. "Yes," the voices chorused. "We have her now." Jason charged forward and took Deputy Ryan by the back of her head, entwining his fingers into her hair. Ryan opened her mouth to scream, and then Jason rammed her head into the lockers, shattering her face like a porcelain plate. Jessica spun away to flee, but Jason was faster. He grabbed her ponytail and swung her into the bloody lockers, pinning her with his body. He had her. It was time. He forced her jaws open with gore-encrusted fingers and leaned forward, the worm thrusting past his lips. A hand fell on his shoulder and pulled him back. Jason turned to see the old sheriff bringing a revolver to bear. The man was slow. He was weak. He stood no chance. Jason whipped his hand out and palm healed Landis in the nose. Blood sprayed in a great gout, and the man went down. "No, Ed!" Jessica screamed. She reared back and drove her elbow into Jason's sternum. He stumbled back a step, grunting as bones broken by Stephen's car grated against each other. "That's nothing," Mother said. "Keep going. Don't let her get away." He wouldn't. Jason followed, hot on her heels. Stephen walked along the hallway beside Randy, running his tongue over a newly loosened tooth in his mouth. He had to give it to Randy. The man could throw a decent punch. Not quite good enough to keep Stephen down, but better than most that Stephen had scuffled with. They rounded a corner and were met by the sounds of heavy breathing and running feet. Stephen looked up and saw Jessica sprint around the corner, with Campbell right behind her. Campbell caught her, slammed her against the wall. Jessica saw Stephen and began to scream, "Stephen, help me!" Later, when he had time to consider, Stephen would think he had never moved so fast. He leapt into the air, jumping through the handcuffed chains as if they were a jump rope, and getting his hands in front of him. Beside him, Randy still hadn't reacted to the scene before them. Stephen reached out and drew Randy's pistol from its holster, and then elbowed the deputy in the chin. Randy crumpled to the floor like a damp dish towel and was still. "Get the fuck off me!" Jessica shouted. She kneed Campbell in the stomach hard enough to push him back, and then she scrambled forward, bent low. Stephen didn't waste a second. He raised the pistol and squeezed the trigger over and over again. 6 shots found Campbell's chest, knocking him back. He struck the wall at the end of the hallway and bounced off, but he did not go down. Black blood ran down the wall in rivulets to puddle on the tile floor. Campbell glared at Stephen and then at Jessica, huddled behind him. He would not be thwarted a third time by this man. He took a step forward and Stephen fired again. The 7th bullet flew true, striking Campbell in the center of his forehead. Brains and bits of bone struck the wall as Campbell finally went down. Stephen felt trembling fingers grip his arm, and he turned to see Jessica, speaking words he couldn't hear over the ringing in his ears. He watched her lips as she repeated, "Is he dead?" Stephen looked back at Campbell's still form, remembering all the damage that the thing inside him had absorbed during its time inside Josh, and shook his head. "We have to go," he said, taking her hand in his free one. They sprinted away, up the passage, through the bullpen, and out towards the front lobby. Deputy Watson sprinted along the hall towards the gunfire, his pistol in hand, and his heart in his throat. This was real. This wasn't writing speeding tickets or rousting a drunk from the local bar. This was life and death, balls-to-the-wall police work, and Watson was scared shitless. "This is a small town, man, sure. There's been an occasional mass murder in the woods over the years, but most of that was well before my time. I didn't sign up to go toe-to-toe with a fucking armed gunman." He gripped his gun tighter, his stomach roiling, and he began to fear that he might soil his pants. "Don't worry, man," he thought. "No one will be able to see. You wore the brown pants." A door opened in front of him, and deputies Deal and Hanson charged into the hall. Watson slowed his pace to ensure they got well ahead of him. He damn sure wasn't going to be the first one around the next corner. "Officer down!" Hanson shouted as he and Deal caught sight of Randy's sprawled form on the floor. Hanson knelt and checked the unconscious deputy's vitals. "He's breathing. Let's check the other one." Watson stopped by Randy, watching as Deal and Hanson approached the bloody figure at the end of the hallway. The deputies went to their knees, reached to check Campbell's pulse. Campbell sat up, quick as grease lightning, and slammed Hanson's and Deal's heads together, cracking their craniums like eggs. They fell away dead. Watson stared in shock as the ghastly man stood to study him. He was a walking wound. He should not be able to draw breath, much less stand or move. All-encompassing terror washed over him, and Watson fled. He took a door off the corridor and ran down a flight of stairs, taking them two at a time. He reached the bottom, sure that he heard the monster close behind. He turned into the cell block. A large fist shot out between the cell bars and struck his temple with tremendous force. Watson wilted to the floor and did not move. Creighton Duke laughed. "Bitch." The bounty hunter donned his cowboy hat and retrieved a set of keys from the downed deputy's belt. It was time to mosey on. There was important work to do, and he had to make sure all the pieces were in place. Chapter 16. Battle at the Diner. "It's crazy how quickly things can change," Jessica mused as she sprinted across Joey B's parking lot towards the illusory lying safety of the diner. A station full of armed men couldn't keep her pursuers from her. How could a diner full of civilians be any better? Look at me. An hour ago I would have seen this man running beside me, locked up for the rest of my life. Now we are going to get our baby together. I can't believe the things he did back at the house and at the sheriff's office. He put himself in harm's way for me without a second thought. Maybe he has changed. Stephen reached the glass front door and burst into Joey B's with Jessica right behind him. All eyes turned to them as they stopped in front of the cash register where Vicky stood staring. "Where's the baby?" Jessica asked. Vicky glanced from her friend to the wanted man beside her, confusion written across her pretty face. "Jess, what the hell? She's fine." Jessica gripped Vicky's hand hard. "Where is Stephanie?" "She's in the back. What's wrong?" Jessica moved to her left, headed for the pass-through that led behind the counter, but halted when Joey stepped in the way, a pistol aimed at her and Stephen. Shelby and Ward stood behind her, looking as amped up as Jessica felt. "Hold it right there," Joey said. "Don't move a muscle, either of you." "Joey, please." "Shut up!" Joey shouted, her cheeks going as red as her hair. "You're with him. Nobody's going to touch that little ray of sunshine. Pookie, call the station." "I'm on it," Shelby said, stepping down the hall into the kitchen to lift the phone receiver from its cradle. He placed it to his ear and frowned. "Holy shit! The line is dead, love." "Son of a bitch," Joey said. "Ward, see what the hell is going on over there at the station?" Stephen raised a hand to block Ward's path to the front door, and Joey pivoted the gun towards his heart. Stephen lowered his hand, but not his gaze. "You can't let him go over there. Joey, he'll get killed." A wild light glinted in Joey's eyes, and Jessica thought she saw the older woman's finger tighter on the gun's trigger. "Shut up!" Joey shouted. "Ward, move your ass, now!" Ward glanced to the door and hesitated. "Ma, he just... Don't be a little bitch, son," Joey growled. "Don't make me go up the side of your head with my fist." "Hold on, sweet thing," Shelby said as he stepped back out of the hallway with the pistol clutched in his hands. He tossed it to Ward, who caught it deftly. "I got something to fix this situation." A huge grin spread across the young man's face as he stuffed the gun into the front of his pants. He took a step forward and Joey grabbed his arm. She glanced down at the pistol, pointing at his groin with a raised eyebrow. "Honey, watch the wheelie." "Come on, Ma," Ward said, visibly deflated. He stepped out from behind the counter, and Stephen shook his head at him. "Ward, please, don't," Stephen said. Joey twitched her pistol's barrel up toward Stephen's face. "Shut up. Keep your hands where I can see them." Ward looked back to his mother, and then to Jessica and Stephen. He shrugged and walked outside. Ward felt like the ultimate badass. He stepped off the sidewalk onto the cracked asphalt parking lot, twirling his pistol on one finger. He was RoboCop taking out a cop killer. He was Dirty Harry telling a scumbag to make his day. He was Mother effing Chuck Norris making everyone his bitch. He aimed the pistol right, left, imagining he stood beside Doc Holliday and the Earps behind the OK Corral. He turned back to the parking lot and froze as a shape materialized out of the night. The man strode from the woods on the far side of the road, headed straight at Ward. He looked filthy as if he had been rolling around in the mud. Was this man the person Stephen and Jessica was running from? Did he have something to do with the phones being out? Ward gripped his pistol tighter, taking courage from its lethal weight. No one could mess with him when he had it. He started walking forward to meet the stranger. Jessica glanced at the clock on the wall over the service window and grimaced. How long had they been standing there arguing with the crass, vulgar woman? 2 minutes too long by Jessica's estimate. Who did Joey think she was, keeping her baby from her? Jessica slammed her hands down on the counter, her patience gone. "Joey, please, just give me my baby and we'll go." The gun swayed in Jessica's direction. "Shut up. You're with the fucking felon." "Okay, hey now, babe," Shelby said. "Watch the language." "Fuck off, Pookie," Joey said, looking away from Stephen and Jessica for the briefest second. Jessica took her chance. She lunged across the counter and grabbed Joey's pistol, trying to yank it from her hands. Joey twisted away, her fingers inadvertently squeezing the gun's trigger. The pop of the pistol as it fired seemed small among the chaos. The bullet passed half an inch over Shelby's baseball cap and struck a metal box mounted high on the hallway wall. Sparks flew, the lights flickered, and then the lights went out, leaving the diner bathed in darkness. A second later, emergency lights came to fitful light, spreading small pools of illumination over the stunned group. No one moved for a moment, as the smell of ozone and cordite filled the air. Jesus, Jessica thought. Someone could have died. It appeared from the look in Joey's eyes that she had come to the same conclusion, and she was livid. "Now look what you fucking done!" Joey shouted. Jessica matched her, furious that she was being denied access to her child. "Give me the baby, Joey! Fuck you!" And just like that, Jessica had enough. She reached for the closest object at hand, a metal sugar container, and smashed it against the side of Joey's head. Joey crumpled to the floor behind the counter and was still. "Sorry," Jessica said to Shelby. As he glared at her, she shrugged. What was a girl to do? Ward wasn't feeling so tough anymore. The man coming at him didn't seem to even see the pistol in his hand. The man just came on, his dead eyes seeming to see straight through Ward to his target inside the diner. "Hold it right there, pal," Ward said. The man kept coming. He was 10 feet away and closing. Ward felt a twinge of fear run down his spine, and he aimed his gun at the man's chest. He was 5 feet away. "Stop!" Ward squeaked. "I mean it!" The man reached out, quick as a snake, and grabbed Ward's wrist in a vice-like grip. He twisted and pushed, and Ward's world filled with agony. As his forearm exploded, bones erupted from flesh, blood splattered the parking lot like rain. Ward looked at his maiming, at the pistol that dangled useless from disconnected fingers, and opened his mouth to scream. His killer didn't give him time. He rammed Ward's ruined arm towards his face. The jagged bone slid between teeth to pierce the soft meat of his throat. Blood flooded his mouth, choking him, drowning him in his own fluids. Ward gagged, his vision blurred, and then he felt himself thrown through the air impossibly far. He looked past his jutting elbow to the fast-approaching brick wall beside the diner's entrance, and had time for one last thought. I should have listened to Stephen. Something large hit the outside wall hard enough to rattle the windows, and then the glass front door shattered. Jessica looked up and gasped as Campbell strode in. He was much changed. No longer resembling the man she once thought she loved, this man was ghastly, hideous, as if he lived among dead things, and rutted in their decay. She felt Stephen's hand on her arm pulling her away. They turned and vaulted the counter as a male customer jumped up from his booth and grabbed Campbell's lapel. Campbell broke the Good Samaritan's wrist as easy as snapping a toothpick, and then threw him into the counter. Wood splintered and the Samaritan collapsed to the floor, with his brains oozing from his broken forehead. Beside her, Stephen drew his pistol and began to fire, hitting Campbell in the chest and shoulder. Vicky came up beside Stephen, a double-barreled shotgun she'd snatched from beneath the counter clutched in her hands. She fired both barrels, blowing chunks from Campbell's chest. He turned to glare at her. He's unstoppable, Jessica thought. She spun on her heel and fled down the hallway towards the rear storage room. She had to get to Stephanie, had to get her out and away from the demon that wore other people's faces. She heard footsteps right behind her, felt Stephen's presence. Could she really depend on him? She was starting to believe she could. Joey stumbled to her feet, drawn out of unconsciousness by the staccato music of gunfire. She looked to her left, saw her Pookie, her best friend, being menaced by a bloody man. Was this the monster Jessica and the felon had warned Ward about? Well, fuck him and the horse he rode in on. He wasn't going to take anything from her. "Pookie!" she yelled as she bent over to pick up her dropped pistol. She tossed it to him, and he caught it deftly. He aimed, pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the monster in the sternum. It didn't even slow him down. "Oh shit!" Shelby shouted as Monster Man lifted him over his head and bore him towards the kitchen. Panic flooded Joey. Memories filled her mind. A secret conversation held under the moonlight behind the old high school. "I'll be your person if you don't find someone else. You're my best friend, and I love you. I know it isn't what you have in mind, but it would be better than being alone, right?" It had been better. So much more than that. True love had grown between them. A bond closer than anyone could have hoped for. Sure, their relationship was different than other married couples, but who cared? People called her a beard wife. So what? So what if she had started out that way? Everyone else could go to hell. They had been enough for each other. Shelby had even had a child with her, a child conceived with their love. He was her whole world, and she would be damned if she was going to let anyone or anything take that away from her. Joey charged forward, grabbed Shelby's legs, and tried to pull him free. It was like playing tug-of-war with Arnold. The monster forced Shelby's head down towards the bubbling fryer. Shelby braced his hands on the counter beside the cooker, but his strength did no more than Joey's. With a final cry, Shelby's head sunk beneath the roiling oil. He kicked frantically, twisted, but the monster held on. Joey smelled cooking meat and gagged. "Pookie is cooking, my Pookie!" She hammered on the monster's head with her fist. It did no good. She grabbed a handful of his hair and yanked. The monster jerked one arm back without even glancing at her. His elbow struck her mouth. The sound inside her head was like the shattering of a piece of fine china dropped on the floor. The pain was mind-numbing. Joey fell to the ground and stared up through a red film at Shelby's legs. They weren't kicking anymore. The monster pulled her Pookie from the grease, and she would have screamed if she could. He didn't look like Shelby anymore. Everything that was him had been burned away, leaving one open red wound that stretched from the crown of his head to the nape of his neck. The monster tossed him onto the stovetop and walked past her out of the kitchen. Bloody tears rolled down her misshapen face to pool beneath her head. "Oh, Pookie," she thought. "Oh, my sweet little man, oh, how I loved you." A single sneakered foot dangled over the edge of the stove over her. She wanted to hold it, wanted to touch a part of him. She tried to lift one hand. It raised an inch and then fell back to earth. Joey took one last shuddering breath and breathed no more. Jessica caught sight of a familiar blanket sticking out of a wooden crate near the diner's back door. She ran to it and froze. The crate was empty. She reached down with shaking hands and removed the blanket one by one as if Stephanie could be hiding under one. "Surprise, Mommy, here I am, aren't I a good girl?" She pulled another blanket out and found there was a surprise beneath. A single sheet of notebook paper lay there. She picked it up and read the words printed in neat, thin strokes. "I have your baby. Come to the Voorhees house alone. Duke." "Jessica!" Stephen called from behind her. "What's wrong?" "Come alone." She stuffed the note back into the crate, feeling a pang of guilt at the course of action she must take. Would Stephen be angry when he found out? "Jessica!" Closer now. She couldn't let him find the note. She spun around to face him, letting her desperation show. "Stephanie isn't here. She's gone." Fear widened Stephen's eyes, fear for the child he had only just met. Jessica felt a stirring of love for the man. "Maybe Vicky moved her," he asked hopefully. Jessica walked to the front of the storeroom and leaned against a painted-over window in the wall beside the storeroom door. She opened her mouth to speak, and words turned to screams as the window broke and Campbell's upper body came through. Jessica twisted to flee and was stopped as his powerful arms wrapped around her and started to drag her through. "Let her go, you bastard!" Stephen shouted. He tore at fingers, beat on arms and head. The pressure didn't let up. Her shoulder and head were through the opening. She felt clammy fingers on her face, trying to pry her mouth open. The roar of the shotgun was dynamite. The shot hit Campbell low in the legs, and he released Jessica and turned to face Vicky. She aimed higher and fired again. The buckshot hit Campbell in the cheek, blowing the left side of his face open. Bits of teeth and bloody bone peppered Jessica and Stephen, and they cried out. Campbell growled, pushing himself off the wall, moving towards Vicky. Vicky dropped the empty shotgun, looked around, and picked up a 4-foot length of rebar that Joey had discarded in the corner for a long-forgotten reason. Vicky looked like an Amazon warrior as she hefted the makeshift spear over her shoulder and loosed a shout. She ran forward and rammed the metal deep into Campbell's stomach, forcing him back against the wall. He looked down and then smiled up at Vicky. It was the single most horrible grin she had ever seen. He reached out, still so fast in spite of all the damage he had sustained, and gripped her shoulders. He yanked her towards him, impaling her on the piece of rebar jetting from him. "Go to hell!" Vicky spat, coughing bright red blood into his face. The grin widened, becoming a leer. He raised his hands to grab the sides of her head and began to squeeze. There was a loud pop, and a geyser of gore and brains fountained from Vicky's hair. "Vicky, no!" Jessica screamed. Campbell released her, and she fell to the floor at his feet. Just one more victim in a long line of them. Stephen stepped into the doorway, putting himself between Campbell and Jessica. The two men eyed each other for a moment, and then Campbell went limp and collapsed to the floor beside the dead waitress. Jessica watched Campbell for a long moment, and then went down on one knee beside Vicky. She brushed one finger along her childhood friend's cheek. "God damn it, Vic," she breathed. Stephen put a comforting hand on her shoulder and then strode past her down the short hall. "I'm going to see if there's still anyone alive that needs help," he said. "Jess, you should come with me. You shouldn't hang here beside Robert." Jessica nodded. "I just need a minute. I'll be right behind you." "Okay," Stephen said. He squeezed her gently and then walked away. "I'm sorry, Stephen," she thought, as she pulled Vicky's keys from her apron pocket and jogged through the storeroom and out the back door. "I don't have a choice." Vicky's battered old truck was parked near the dumpsters at the end of the row. Jessica ran to it and jumped inside, cranking the engine. She let rubber on the road as she peeled out of the parking lot, out onto the road. Stephen's efforts were in vain. Campbell had been far too thorough with his work. He was leaning down to close the Good Samaritan's eyes when he heard the truck engine groan to life. He stood and ran outside in time to see its red taillights speeding away along the asphalt. "Jessica, wait!" She didn't slow. He watched her until she vanished behind a hill and then ran back inside. Why had she left him? What had happened? He ran through the dining area, down the hall, past the kitchen. Campbell hadn't moved. He stepped over him and Vicky into the storeroom and came to a stop beside Stephanie's makeshift bed. There was a white piece of paper inside. He picked it up and read the words. "That son of a bitch," he thought, as he crumpled the note and threw it to the floor. Duke's words from earlier drifted through his mind. He knew the story, knew that he couldn't kill Jason. That didn't matter to him. All he wanted was to be near Jessica and his daughter. Besides, he'd been doing pretty good so far. Campbell was out for the count. Maybe it would be enough, and if not, he could buy them time to escape. The choice was already made. He would die for them if it came down to it. He ran back out the dining area and took the Samaritan's keys from his right hip pocket. They dangled from a keychain that showed a picture of a huge set of bullhorns with the caption, "Yeehaw, motherfucker," written beneath. He would have laughed if he wasn't so scared. He ran outside and climbed into the man's 4x4 pickup truck. He had to make up lost time. He pushed the gas pedals to the floor, fishtailing out onto the road, following his love. Chapter 17. Duke lays it all out. Jessica pulled to a stop in front of Pamela Voorhees' long-abandoned home and jumped out. Dim, flickering light shone through some of the downstairs windows, giving the already creepy house a subtle air of foreboding. Reminds me of Shirley Jackson's Hill House, she thought, as she approached the door and stepped inside. Only what walks here doesn't walk alone. It has my baby girl. Freshly lit candles lined the hallway, creating shifting shadows at every corner. Something shifted to her left, and she turned into the parlor to see Creighton Duke sitting on the sideboard beside an old book and a strange dagger. He held her sleeping daughter in his rough hands. "You came alone," he said, smiling at her. "Good girl. Jason could have jumped into anyone else but you by now." Jessica took a step towards him. Image of a mama bear ready to fight for her cub. "What the hell do you think you are doing, grabbing my baby and bringing her here?" "Hold it," Duke said, scooping up the daughter and holding it near Stephanie's face. Jessica froze, frightened. Would this man resort to hurting an innocent baby to get what he wanted? The glint in his eye said yes, but the smile still stretched across his lips said maybe not. She looked at Stephanie, decided she should err on the side of caution. Maybe he could be reasoned with. "Duke," she said, holding her hands out to him. "Robert is dead. I know about your bounty, but you are never going to see any of that money. It's over. Please, just give me my baby." Duke lowered the dagger slightly and held Stephanie out for Jessica to take. "Just give me 2 minutes." Jessica took Stephanie from him and quickly made sure that she wasn't hurt before looking back up at Duke. The bounty hunter nodded gratefully. "It's not about the money for me. It was a nice bonus, but I was never really into it for that. It's not why I do what I do. It's a sad story, really. I'll tell you about it sometime, if we all get out of this mess alive." "What do you want from me?" "Tonight," he said, "we can get that bastard. Tonight, we can send Jason Voorhees straight to hell for all time." Jessica shook her head, took a step back. "You don't need me for that." "Yes, I do," he said, tossing the dagger to her. She caught it deftly in one hand, holding on to Stephanie with the other. "Only through a Voorhees can he be reborn," Duke said. He took a step forward and pointed to the blade in her hand. "And only a Voorhees can kill him. With that, the Kandarian dagger used to perform the ritual that first gave Jason life." Jessica looked down at the grotesque knife in her hand and shuddered at the feel of its bone handle, at the gleeful grinning skull adorning its pommel. "No," she said. "I won't put my baby in any more danger. I'm taking her away from this god-awful town and all its ghosts. You don't understand, girl. You will always be in danger until Jason is dead. He knows no remorse, no pity. He won't stop coming for you until he gets you, until he is reborn. Then he will kill you and your sweet baby." Jessica flinched at the harbinger of dread before her, at the depth of despair his words foretold. She looked into her sleeping baby's face and felt like crying or screaming. How could fate be so cruel to one so blameless? How could the both of them be held prisoner to such fear? "If you want this to be over," Duke continued, "if you want your baby out of danger, then you will end this abomination before more people have to die, like your friends, like your mother, because until you kill him, it will never be over." Jessica looked at the dagger, clutched in her hand, and back to Duke. "What am I supposed to do? Challenge him to a machete fight?" Duke put a hand over his left breast. "You need to stab him in the heart. It has to be the heart." She opened her mouth to reply, and then they both turned to face the front of the house. Headlights played along the dooryard, lit the windows with artificial daylight. They heard a door slam and running feet drawing near. That could be Stephen," she said. "Jason will have jumped into a new body by now," Duke said. "You can't trust anyone." "It couldn't be Stephen." Duke stepped towards her, his hand outstretched to hold her back. "No, Jessica, you can't trust him. Do you understand?" Suddenly a loud crack resounded through the room as a trapdoor hidden by accumulated grime gave way beneath Duke's heavy tread, sending him crashing down into the cluttered basement below. Jessica heard him cry out as she lay Stephanie in the center of the big table and then went to a knee beside the hole. Duke lay among the discarded detritus of forgotten years at the bottom of a spindly wooden ladder, clutching at a long piece of metal that jutted from his right thigh. "Duke!" Jessica shouted. "Hold on! I'm coming!" Footsteps behind her. She spun around, dagger at the ready, and saw one of the last people she'd expected to see. Sheriff Ed Landis stood in the parlor door, his nose a bloody ruin. He reached for her, and then stopped when she brandished the blade at him. "Ed?" she asked. "Is it really you?" Landis raised an eyebrow, watching the dagger nervously. "Of course it's me. Are you okay?" "You can't trust him!" Duke yelled from below. "Kill him! Do it!" "Stay there, Ed," Jessica said. Landis took a step forward, holding his hand out to her. "Give me the knife. You don't need it. No one is going to hurt you." He took another step closer. He was almost close enough to touch her. She remembered back to the sheriff's office, to the sound his nose made when it broke. She remembered how he had crumpled to the floor. "I thought you were dead," she said. "You were wrong." She stepped back to widen the space between them. "Stay back! Don't come any closer!" But Landis wasn't listening. He charged forward before she could react and twisted her arm up. Jessica fought desperately to maintain her grip on the dagger. "Freeze!" said a new voice near the door. She and Landis separated and turned to see Randy staring down the barrel of a gun at them. The deputy looked rough, his face bruised from repeated run-ins with Stephen over the last several hours. "Get the hell away from her, Ed." Landis studied his subordinate for a moment and then turned his attention back to Jessica, circling to her left, intent once again on the weapon in her hand. Jessica felt like she couldn't breathe. She looked from one man to the other as panic reared its ugly head. "Duke!" she shouted. "What should I do?" "Kill them both!" "No, I can't!" Duke yanked a piece of metal from his leg and tossed it aside, grunting in pain. He looked up at the square of dim light 10 feet overhead. "Do it or die!" Landis rushed forward again, and Jessica reacted instinctively to defend herself. The dagger slid into the old man's chest with ease. Jessica could feel the throb of his heartbeat through the knife's handle. His eyes grew wide as the realization of his death washed over him. He reached out to brush her cheek, and then he fell on top of her. The dagger struck the floor and tore free to roll across the floor. It came to rest beneath the old sideboard. "Oh God," she thought as she shoved Landis off of her. "He's dead. I killed Ed." She got to her feet and saw Randy looming over her baby. He looked up at her with dead eyes, and then he was leaning over Stephanie. Jason had pulled from childhood memories and from the memories of Randy to form the words that assisted his deception. It had worked. The other man was dead. There was no one left to interfere with his work. His mouth was opening wide to reveal the black worm. She rushed forward and began to beat and pull on the possessed man, but it was no use. Below him, Stephanie woke up and began to cry, the sound giving strength to Jessica. She managed to force Randy's head away from her daughter, but it was a small victory. Already the burst of strength was fading, and his mouth moved lower. She clawed at his cheeks, his eyes. She screamed for someone to help. A shape moved through the parlor door. She looked, and there was Stephen holding a machete in his hand. He was disheveled, dirty, and bloody. He looked like an angel to her. "Stephen, it's him! Help me! Get away from her!" Stephen yelled as he raced across the room and swung the machete sidearmed. The cutting edge caught Randy below the Adam's apple, severing his windpipe. Only a few strands of meat and sinew held his head on. "Oh shit," Jessica mused. "Sean turned him into a human piss dispenser." She felt maniacal laughter bubbling up from the depths of her soul and had to choke it back down. She'd go insane if she gave vent to it. Randy fell, his body already showing signs of putrefaction, the skin beginning to melt. What remained of his neck flexed as something large forced its way out of the body. Jessica caught a glimpse of something black and glistening slither away into the shadows. "Where is it?" she asked as she picked Stephanie up and cradled her against her chest. Stephen was trying to look everywhere at once, wishing he had eyes in the back of his head. Something slithered to his right, and he turned just in time as the worm thing jumped towards Jessica's face. It was hideous, its face that of a horned demon, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Strong arms tipped with long claws sprouted from its torso. Stephen caught it in midair and held it at arm's length as it thrashed at his face, trying to destroy the obstacle in its way. He threw it away from him in revulsion, watched it sail into the open closet and fall down the hole in the floor into the basement below. Jason hit the dirty basement floor, his body absorbing the impact with ease, and looked around him. He saw the dark-skinned man struggling up the ladder with the other's help, saw the girl's face for a moment through the opening. He started to crawl towards her, and then paused as the voices in his head began clamoring. "We feel it! She is near! We are so close! Look in the corner!" "Yes, my love," Mother said, her voice alive with triumph. "She is right there. Take her, Jason. Make yourself anew." He obeyed, crawling past the coveralls and hockey mask that Campbell had stashed down there before Jason had taken him. He crawled past a large wooden crate with large block letters stenciled on the side that read, 1834 Arctic Expedition - Julia Carpenter, Horlicks University. Handle with care. Live specimen. Something moved inside the crates as he passed, reacting to his presence. "There she is!" the voices cried as a stocking-clad leg emerged from the darkness. She was cold, stiff, but that was all right. He didn't need warmth. He only needed her. Jason crawled the final feet that separated him from his destiny. Chapter 18. It's Alive. Duke crawled from the trapdoor and got to his feet with Stephen's help. The pain in his leg was bad, but not unbearable. Hot blood trickled down to soil his sock and fill his boot. He tested it and found that the leg would still support his weight. That was good because the shit show was far from over. He glanced to Jessica. "Where's the dagger?" I dropped it," she moaned, pointing to the sideboard. "It slid under the dresser over there." "Well, go get it!" Jessica took a step, and then she froze as she caught sight of Randy's remains on the floor near the piece of furniture. All his skin was gone, exposing his skeleton. He lay in a spreading puddle of human fluids, blocking her path. She gagged and turned away. I don't think so." Stupid, squeamish girl, he thought. He moved towards the sideboard, intending on retrieving the Kandarian dagger himself, but stopped when a basso profundo growl reverberated up from the basement below. "What is that?" Jessica whispered. "What is that thing doing?" Duke shook his head. "I don't know." Stephen turned to him, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "That part about being reborn through a Voorhees woman, does it have to be a living one?" "No, it doesn't." Stephen paled. "Duke, that thing is in the basement with Jessica's mother." Duke looked down at the trapdoor to the basement as ripping and tearing noises joined the growl. Holy Mother of God! Diana's stomach heaved, distended until her taut skin began to rupture. It was massive and still growing. A great split tore open down the middle from her sex to her sternum, and a fully grown man emerged. He was tall, well over 6 foot, and his skin was alabaster white, where it was not covered in Diana's blood. He looked at himself in a mirror that leaned against one wall, saw his hairless, muscled frame, met the malevolent burning red glare. He heard the voices shrieking with unholy joy because he was back. Jason was born again. The growling reached a crescendo as if a choir of demons sang beneath them, and then the floor exploded behind them. Duke spun and came face to face with the being that had haunted him since adolescence. He was made anew, no longer a rotting corpse stuck eternally between life and death, but a living, breathing monstrosity. "We need that dagger," he thought. "I have to buy some time." He stepped forward and took a fighting stance, beckoning the behemoth on. "Remember me, you son of a whore? Come get some of the Duke. I ain't afraid of no mama's boy." Stephen saw what Duke was doing and moved to join him. Duke waved him back. "Don't need your help, boy. You two just get that dagger. I'll soften up old bitch boy here. He's had this coming for a long time." Jason looked past him at Jessica and her baby. He wanted them first. He could handle the others at his leisure once they were both dead at his feet. He tried to move around Duke, and the bounty hunter shifted to block his path. Behind him, Jessica and Stephen got down on their knees and reached under the sideboard. Jason growled deep in his chest. He was tired of these two men getting in his way. He raised one massive hand and swung at Duke's head. Duke ducked the blow and countered with an elbow to Jason's right temple. He lashed out again, elbowing Jason in his other temple and kicking him in the side of the knee. He rained blow after blow, putting every ounce of frustration and pain and loss into the assault, expelling the accumulated despair of years. It was a pity that it didn't seem to faze Jason. "Lift it up!" Jessica shouted. "I can't reach it." "I'm trying," Stephen grunted. Duke moved in close and buried a knee in Jason's groin. Jason didn't flinch. Duke swung again and Jason caught his fist, pulling him into a bear hug. Jason squeezed, forcing the breath from his lungs. Duke had only seconds. He raised his hands on either side of Jason's head and brought them down, hitting the monster's ears with palms. Jason tightened his grip. "I've almost got it!" Duke's back sounded like a pine knot exploding in a fire when it broke. He would have screamed if he'd had the breath to. He gazed down into the hate-filled eyes and spat on the mask. "For Anne," he thought, as the light began to fade from the world. "All this is for her. The little girl in the pink dress. Tonight, I will see you in hell, you bastard." Stephen heard Duke's back break, saw Jason toss him aside like a wadded-up ball of trash, and dropped the sideboard. The demon from the other side of the mirror was coming for Jessica and his baby. He reached out with long fingers, ready to bring death to everything Stephen held dear. "Get away from them, motherfucker!" Stephen screamed, charging forward. He hit Jason around the waist and lifted him from the ground, carrying the both of them through a window out into the front yard. His skin burned where shards of glass sliced into him. He heard the rustle of dead grass, looked up to see Jason looming over him. Stephen felt around him, touched something hard, and swung it at Jason. The old rake's tine stabbed into Jason's chest, caused fresh blood to run. Jason growled in fury at the man, the little insignificant fly that kept getting in his way. He pulled the tool from his flesh and broke the head off, fashioning a spear. Stephen scrambled to his feet in time for Jason to strike him in the ribs, doubling him over. Another blow to the back sent him spiraling in the dirt again. Stephen rolled onto his back to see Jason standing above him, with the broken rake's sharp point poised to fall. Jessica laid Stephanie on the floor beneath the table, far away from what remained of Randy. The sound of fighting drifted to her through the shattered window. How long could Stephen hold out against an unstoppable beast like Jason? Even Duke could only last mere seconds. She had to reach the dagger. She stepped over Randy and went down on one knee to peek beneath the sideboard. The dagger was there, perched precariously on the edge of a large hole in the floor. She stretched her hand into the narrow gap, gritting her teeth as jagged splinters dug into her flesh. She felt the blade's handle brush against her pinky, and then it was gone, falling into the dark basement. Shit! She got to her feet and raced for the trapdoor. She reached the bottom of the ladder and paused for a moment. A shape lay on the ground to her right, surrounded by torn fabric and dark stains. She recognized the ankle bracelet that glinted above one foot. I gave her that for Christmas 3 years ago. No, there was no time for that now. She might freeze up for good if she saw what had become of her mom, saw what Jason had done to her. Stephanie needed her. Stephen needed her. The dagger had to be the other way. She turned her back on her mother and moved deeper into the gloom to search for a miracle. The rake handle descended and Stephen managed to roll away just in time. The rake handle dug into the soft earth, snapped in half. Stephen pivoted back and kicked Jason in the face, the groin. Jason lifted him by the shirt collar, held him over his head, and tossed him head first into a large rock half buried in weeds. Pain lanced through Stephen's head, and he saw stars. He couldn't afford to pass out. He would die if he did. He forced himself up on all fours and dragged his broken fingers along the rock. Bright agony brought the world around him back into focus, in time for him to hear Jason drawing near. Stephen looked left and saw another discarded tool on the ground. A shovel? What did these people do, just throw this shit into the yard when they got done with it? Stephen gripped the shovel's handle and swung it up, hitting Jason in the face again. Jason stumbled back as blood began to drip from the holes in his hockey mask. Hell yeah, I'm doing some damage. I might stand a chance. He shuffled to his feet and hit Jason a second, third, fourth time, sending droplets of blood flying. He swung again and Jason caught the shovel with one hand, stopping it cold. Or maybe not, he thought. Jason slammed the flat bottom of the shovel into Stephen's face, smashing his nose and sending him reeling back down to the ground again. Stephen coughed out a mouthful of blood, turned to see Jason tossing the tool away. Jason grabbed him, took a second to stare into Stephen's eyes, and then Stephen was flying through the air. He struck the top of the old jungle gym that sat rusting beside the house and cried out, I don't know how much more of this I can take. He pulled himself up into the top of the gym, hoping it would provide some momentary protection, an opportunity to catch his breath. Jason stared at him, tilted his head to one side as if to say, Oh, really? Stephen gave Jason the finger. Fuck off, you ugly fucktard! Jason tilted his head the other way, and then gripped the bottom rung of the jungle gym. He flexed and sent the whole thing tumbling over backwards. Stephen struck the back of his head hard, and this time the world did swim away from him. He felt hands on his ankle and opened his eyes to see Jason dragging him from the jungle gym by 1 foot. He was exhausted. At the end of his rope, he barely had the strength left to throw a punch as Jason lifted him by the neck and began to choke him. I'm sorry, Jess, he thought. I tried. Suddenly, as if summoned by his thought, Jessica was there. She vaulted onto the monster's back and plunged the Kandarian dagger into his chest. It sank in halfway and stopped, caught on his rib cage. He flailed his arms, tossing Stephen and Jessica from him. Stephen hit the ground hard and curled into a ball, gasping for breath. Above him, Jason stumbled, reaching for the knife that partially transfixed him. Did she do it? Duke said she was the one. Is it finished? Stephen heard a popping sound, and a bright ball of orange light flew from Jason's chest towards the sky, where dark storm clouds were gathering to obscure the stars. More followed, and suddenly the air around them was filled with the chorus of wailing voices. "No, it cannot be. They can't kill him. They can't destroy us. They haven't yet. It hasn't pierced the heart. The heart." So it wasn't over yet. Stephen climbed to his feet and charged forward, pushed by desperate need and adrenaline. He kicked Jason in the face, punched him. He tried to push the dagger further in, but it wouldn't budge. He cocked his fist for another strike, and then Jessica was beside him, kicking the dagger with all of her might. This time, it went into the hilt. A huge ball of orange light exploded from Jason's chest, ascended to the roiling clouds, and then flooded back down into him in a pure white beam. The ground beneath their feet rumbled, and suddenly a forest of stone hands burst forth to grab onto him. Jason's eyes went wide with fear, and he began to struggle against his harriers. Stephen saw first his feet, and then his calves disappear under the earth, and realized what he was seeing. The spirits were taking back what they gave to Elias Voorhees all those years ago. They were dragging Jason to hell. Stephen pumped his fist in triumph, and then felt victory turn sour as Jason lunged out to grab him. New rock hands erupted around Stephen, and he found himself being dragged down beside the killer. "No! Jessica! Help me!" he screamed. He held out his hand, and she was there. She grabbed his arms and pulled him from the jaws of the abyss. They collapsed into each other's arms and turned to watch as Jason was taken. A second passed, and there was only his shoulders and head. Another second, and he was gone. The light dissipated, and the clouds cleared to reveal the moon rising above the horizon. The wind sighing through the trees was the only voice that could be heard. Jessica cradled Stephen in her arms, staring down into his upturned face, seeing him in a whole new light. What man would go through so much, risk everything for someone that rejected him? What man could love so deeply? My man, she thought, as she leaned down to kiss him. Stephen kissed her back and then sighed, feeling that all his aches and pains were melting away. "I love you," she said. He smiled up at her. "I love you. Come on, let's go get our daughter and get out of here." "I think that sounds amazing, baby," she said. She stood and helped him to his feet, and they walked into the house arm in arm. Epilogue. The beginning of an ugly friendship. A predator stalked through the tall grass, its instincts screaming that it was in a bad place. It crossed the yard, weaving through the upturned jungle gym's bars, and paused to lick its furry feet. The name on the cat's collar was Ginger, a rather unoriginal name in her humble opinion. After all, her coat was the burnt orange of the rising sun. Still, they treated her well, so she tolerated them. The wind blew hard, ruffling her fur and displacing some freshly disturbed dirt nearby. She looked and saw something white peeking up through the dark soil. Could it be bone? She did not smell decay and sweet death, but she thought it was worth investigating anyway. Perhaps there would still be a morsel of meat attached that she could eat. She slunk forward and pawed at the object's edge, knocking more dirt free. She cocked her head to the side, curious. She had never seen a hockey mask before. She leaned in close to sniff, and yowled in fright, her orange coat standing on end. The white thing was bad, very bad. She backed away, too frightened to take her eyes off the mask. She reached the edge of the yard and sprinted away into the forest, headed for home. She would never hunt mice at the Voorhees house again. All of a sudden the wind died, and a pregnant silence descended over the old place. Then the rumble of wicked laughter filled the air. Well, what have we here? Look at what the cat dragged in. A mongoloid with a machete. How pathetic. You got your ass kicked by a couple of brats. Still, I think I can find a use for you back home. Back on Elm Street. A small mound formed beside the mask, and then the ground split as an arm burst from the earth. It was hideously scarred, as if its owner had been burned alive, and there was an old leather glove at the end, the fingers ending in 4 razor-sharp blades. "Come here, bitch," Freddy said, as he grabbed the mask and pulled it under the ground, down and down and down. The end. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been the conclusion of Jason Goes to Hell, the fan novelization by Jeremy Terry. I gotta say, as a whole, I really loved what Jeremy did with the novelization for this movie. He gave us a lot more, backstory. And this may have been a fan novelization, but I think even Adam Marcus would agree that Jeremy did an amazing job. And Adam, if you ever listen, I really hope you enjoyed it as much as all of us did. And thank you for making Jason Goes to Hell. It is honestly, it and Jason X are honestly my favorite Jason movies of all time. And yeah, I think Jeremy did an amazing job honoring and respecting and expanding the story of Jason Goes to Hell. I loved all the backstory we got on people, like Joey and Shelby. I enjoyed the stuff we got with Duke. We got to understand what the girl in the pink dress with the donut and a hot dog was. We got to find out how Jason knew to talk. We got some cool backstory stuff with Elias and Pamela with their journals. Yeah, it was really, really good. I love the little reference there with the crate. Anybody else catch that in the final chapter? The crate down there. I'm so glad Jeremy kept that because it was in the movie. The whole creep show connection. Love that. There's so much I wanted to cover here. All the Necronomicon stuff, the Kandarian. The Kandorians are Kryptonians, so that, that's a Superman thing, but the Kandarian dagger, and all the backstory with Elias using the Necronomicon. It was just really, really great. And not to mention, Jeremy, added me, Sean, and Alex to the first chapter of the book, and we got to be Jason's first victims after he came back from New York. And I was really glad that Jeremy went in that direction, tying that movie to Jason Goes to Hell, and saying that the events at the end of Jason Takes Manhattan is what made Jason look the way he looked in Jason Goes to Hell. Because, we did an interview, me and Alex did, with Adam Marcus, and I brought up that theory, and he said that wasn't exactly what he was thinking, but it did, he's like, yeah, I guess I could see that. The melted mask, the bulbous head, it kind of looked like toxic sludge damage. I think it's funny that Jason's outfit before he gets blown up is an outfit that Jeremy had him steal from, like the shirt from me, the pants from Alex, the boots from Sean. So it was fun getting to be a victim of Jason in this. But even with the body jumping stuff, he really brought that to life. Made it. I've seen a lot of comments, people saying they weren't big fans of the movie, but they loved the book, and it's given them a newfound appreciation for the movie. So I'm really happy to hear that, because I think Jason Goes to Hell is a very unique, original entry in the Friday the 13th series, and it takes a chance, and it adds more to the story. It doesn't just repeat the same tropes over and over again like the other movies did. Like, I love Jason X because it is a true-to-life Friday the 13th film, but instead of a camp where a bunch of teenagers, have limited adult supervision, it's a spaceship in the future. But even that one is repeating the tropes. So Jason Goes to Hell still stands out as being probably the most original in the series, and I appreciate it for that, and I think it's a fun entry. One of my only complaints about the movie was we didn't get Kane Hodder that much. I do like the idea that when Jason was reborn in the book, since there was no budgetary restraints, he wasn't reborn with the bulbous head and the decaying body and the old clothes and the old mask, but he was reborn as a man, like fully alive, fully, skin's fine, has both of his eyes, and that the producer had left some old coveralls down there and a hockey mask. So he wasn't reborn wearing the hockey mask and old clothes and stuff. That was really neat too, Jeremy. Great job there. Hell, this book even gave an explanation for why Jason was shaving the one guy. I mean, Jeremy really went above and beyond with this novelization, and I think we owe him a round of applause, or at the very least, drop a thank you in the comment section for Jeremy Terry. He really did work hard on this, and he did an amazing job. If you want to hear more of my opinions on the story, you can go back and listen to the playlist of the chapters, and at the end of each of those, I talk about what I thought of each chapter as we went. But since this is the part that will be at the end of the unabridged version, I wanted to cover kind of the whole thing in a nutshell, and I think I've done that. So I'm going to quit rambling, and I just want to say I appreciate you all for... Oh, sorry. Lost my train of thought. Also, Jeremy, I enjoyed the fact that you drug out the Freddy stuff at the end of the book. We didn't just have a claw reaching up and taking it away after a dog dug the mask up. And I enjoyed the fact that it was a cat. Unless I'm remembering it wrong and it was a cat in the movie, but I'm pretty sure it was a dog in the movie. But I love that you made it a cat, and that really helps when Freddy's like, look what the cat drug in. Thank you for giving me a couple lines as Freddy. I love voicing Freddy. But no, that was really cool. It really set up Freddy versus Jason better. And, I think if they had Robert Englund to voice Freddy in Jason Goes to Hell, Adam probably would have added a line or two there as well. But yeah, great job. Thank you so much, everybody. Please let him know what you thought of the book, and drop him a thank you in the comments as well. I'll be back very soon with more slasher mayhem here on the channel. Lots of great stuff coming up. If you haven't seen it already, I also dropped my first full-fledged original novel, Celestial Slumber, A Nightmare on Elm Street story. It's pretty much Freddy in space. The full unabridged audiobook is available on the channel right now. And yeah, we're going to be popping out some really cool stuff soon. A fan fiction story by Rashad Moore, a subscriber and patron. I'm also going to be doing the Freddy Krueger's Tales of Terror #1 blind date. That's the last one of those to do in that series. And I'm going to get back to Freddy vs. Ash. And eventually I'm hoping to redo Church of the Divine Psychopath and even Final Destination, Destination Zero. And Jeremy Terry is working on his first original slasher novel. It's going to be a Michael Myers meets Leatherface story. I cannot wait to read that book and narrate it here on the channel. So that's going to be cool. And if anybody out there, Jeremy included, wants to write a Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, I think that would be great to have on the channel, a novelization for that. Even if you throw in a lot of original stuff to the story. Give us less time on the cruise ship and more of the stuff that they were going to do in the movie if they had a better budget. And I'm also going to be writing a sequel to Celestial Slumber that's going to have a rematch of Freddy vs. Jason, and they're both going to be in their Uber forms. Uber Jason from Jason X and Uber Freddy from Celestial Slumber. And I've got a pretty cool storyline for how we bring them back together that might even include the Cenobites from Hellraiser. We'll just have to see how it plays out. Until next time, this has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying, thanks for listening, be excellent to each other, and remember, the sun never sets on those who ride into it.
Midnight calls are printed in black. Sound of whispers, no turning back. The 80s slasher library reads echoes of terror sown into the seas. Calling all slashaholics unite under moon's cruel eye. after a scream that laughs. Each tale turns razor sharp. His voice strings you like a harp. Silent screams behind locked doors. Librarian knows you're craving more. Fingers clutch at well-worn spines, bleeding thought through shadow lines. Out of print but never out of mind. He reads the fears you'll always find. Caught in all, flashaholics unite under moon's cruel waxy light. Chasing Freddy, Michael, run free. Chucky's laughter haunting me. Leather pages, bound in crime. Out of print, blood frozen in time. Voices crawling from the past. Every chapter a scream that laughs. In here, each in here, in here. Scream that laughs. In here.
Each tale turns razor sharp. His voice strings you like a harp. Silent screams behind locked doors. Librarian knows you're craving more.
Fingers clutch at well-worn spines, bleeding thought to shadowed lines. Out of print but never out of mind. He reads the fears you'll always find.
Each tale turns razor sharp. His voice strings you like a harp. Silent screams behind locked doors. Librarian knows you're craving more. Each tale turns razor sharp. His voice strings you like a harp. Silent screams behind locked doors. Librarian knows you're craving more.